Now I would like to invite Dr. Tanveer Alam, who is the Director of Indian Institute of Packaging, which is a body under the Ministry of Commerce and is the apex body for the packaging sector in India. We would like to hear from you, Dr. Alam.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to congratulate and thanks to the organizer, PhD Chamber of Commerce and to Promotion Council for organizing such a wonderful international webinar on LamiTube. And in spite of this COVID challenges, I have seen you have organized number of webinars for this particular industry. And I congratulate Saket Bhatia for his inaugural remarks and being a chairperson for the packaging for the PhD Chamber of Commerce. I agree. The view, the industry overview of the packaging, the growth rate of the packaging industry. We are very happy in spite of this COVID challenges, the packaging industry maintained the pace of the growth and the fifth largest sector of the industry. As we all aware, LamiTube packaging is one of the most popular packaging format in the cosmetic and personal care segment, primarily attributed to their convenience, portability, and flexibility to hold and dispense a wide variety of products, use of creams, ointment, gel, etc. Currently, the tube packaging market is more than $1 billion, which is growing at the rate of 17 to 30%. Aluminum barrier laminate segment to remain the most lucrative growth share of 82.4% value. LamiTubes are currently governing the market owing to the multi-layer barrier structure. LamiTubes are highly preferred packaging for the oral care product, and it is expected to grow and sustain with the growth of share of 47% market share. These tubes improve the shelf life of the product by providing the excellent barrier properties and offering protection against light, oxygen, and microorganisms, which improves the aesthetic, hygiene, and safety of the product. Recently, we have witnessed the new trend in the use of the LamiTube for food industry, like organic honey, Nalan Gur, and ketchups. I'm happy to share that Nalan Gur packaging is introduced by the Indian Institute of Packaging, which enhances the shelf life of the product up to the 90 days from few days. IP has received the patent for this innovative packaging for the Nalan Gur. Nalan Gur, which is a locally available product, traditionally food item, widely available in the eastern part of the country. This has opened new avenues for the LamiTube packaging for traditional food market. Application of LamiTube is food item gives great opportunity for the market players and significantly encouraging the demand of the tube packaging. The pharmaceutical market is driving the growth already for this segment, especially skin care and cosmetic medicines, where the packaging is extensively used, with the global pharmaceutical sales of more than 110 billion US market. The focus on technological advancement in cosmetic packaging to enhance the user experiences and innovative applicators. These are the few focused area of technological advancement in this particular segment. However, one of the challenges are the regulations which may vary across the region and countries for packaging, which may hamper the growth of this segment. I'm sure during these 2 days, conferences and exhibition will surely help to the LamiTube and its stakeholder. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alam. And I'm really thankful to you that on a short notice you have accepted my request and you are here today with us. And we look forward to hear more from you in the technical session which you are chairing. Thank you very much.
Sure. Sure.
Now I would like to invite Shri Sanjay Bhatia ji, the former president of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and also the former chairman of Indian Institute of Packaging. Sir, as I mentioned earlier, also the sir has been the guiding force in the packaging committee which we have in the chamber now. And personally, I have known sir, I think, for the last 15 years when I was working in the exhibition industry. So we used to organize exhibition and sir was always there to guide us. So thank you very much for that, sir. And we would like to hear from you, sir.
Thank you, Naveen. Thank you, Naveen, for catching me for this program. In fact, it's always let me put it this way, it's always a pleasure to be part of PhD programs, and especially on packaging. I think that's which is very close to my heart, and because I have, as you know, that I have already spent more than 45 years in the packaging industry, and still hopefully will spend another 10 years at least. And of course, it's being taken now by the young generation, and so they are doing that. So let me just say that to start with, Chairman Saket, Ajit Gupta, Co-Chairman, and Rakesh, Co-Chairman of the Packaging Committee of the PhD Chamber, Mr. Praveen Bhatia and Arvind Naran, Dr. Alam, Amit Ray, my dear friend, and Mr. Hans, Mr. Hinkov, and Deepak Manchanda, another dear friend, and of course Naveen Seth. So I'm very happy to be in the company of all the specialists, experts, experienced people in this line, and it's always a pleasure to hear them and see that how the things are moving. I think we had, as Mr. Praveen mentioned, that we had one program like this also earlier also, and it was again a privilege for me to be part of that program. And so I thank on behalf of the chamber, I thank that our partner Tube Promotion Council for organizing this very important conference. So in today's conference, on tube manufacturing, there's a huge potential in India for tube packaging. Tubes are one of the most popular packaging formats in the cosmetic and personal care segments, primarily attributed to their convenience, portability, and flexibility to hold and dispense wide variety of products. I would not spend more time on the tube because I know the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, you're going to spend a lot of time, and there are much better knowledgeable people than me who would be talking about this sector and the growth potentials in this sector. But only thing I would say is that at present, as I understand, tube packaging is in a very nascent stage in India, and very only few brands are using tube packaging for their products. But we need to push the usage of the tube packaging in other various categories as well. Well, there are a lot of potential demand for organic personal care products which are growing, which are coming and changing consumer preference for natural ingredients. I think these are the potentials which are there, and the potentials in the pharma and personal care and cosmetic sectors are, they are very, very important. And I hope the tube manufacturing industry would take maximum benefit of those kind of growth happening in that. I think during COVID, Saket briefly mentioned about it. I think that fortunately, COVID was a big challenge for everywhere around the world, including India. And in India, one of the essential commodity which was allowed during COVID was packaging. And because government looked at the importance of packaging, and we were allowed from the day one, even when the lockdown was there, I think we were allowed to run our companies and allowed to make sure that the packaging is available for the supply of essential commodities in the country. We had tough time initially in the beginning, but somehow we managed to put our companies back into operation. After about a month or so. So we did lose production, but then the packaging industry really came up to the challenge and accepted that challenge and came up to that. And I think most of the packaging industries, they started running either end of April or middle of May, and they started supplying to all of their important customers who were making very essential commodities for the market. I think the challenges is something which I would really like to talk about in the packaging. The important thing is that there is a huge focus of the government on the package, on the sustainability of the packaging, recyclability of the packaging, and how the packaging after use is being collected from the waste. I think these are the challenges which the packaging industry has to address, including tube and all others, of course. And single-use plastics, as all of us read in the newspapers, that how government is pushing and making sure that this should be banned up to a certain micron thickness or whatever it is. I think these are the kind of challenges which are there, which industry has to really keep on addressing. Apart from what has been mentioned by Mr. Praveen Bhatia about that there's a challenge on the availability of skill and the technology, etc. I think in addition to that, hygiene is another important, that how do we really manage and handle and manufacture and then supply to our customer. What kind of hygiene standards, what good manufacturing practices we are following to do that. From some of the other challenges which are coming to the packaging industry are the regulatory challenges, as we call them. These are tariff or non-tariff barriers. So there are different kind of things where I would say that PSG chamber has to play a big role, and the packaging committee from that point of view should really take up the issues about the regulatory tariff or non-tariff barriers which are there, and how do we really address them, and how do we really take up with the policy makers in India, so that these kind of things do not hamper the growth of the packaging industry. I think these are the few remarks, and I wish really, I'm sure that this 2-day international conference on tube packaging, with the presence of international speaker from Switzerland and Bulgaria, and as well as expert speakers from India, will certainly bring a lot of knowledge and technology inputs to the delegates, particularly in the cosmetic, pharma, consumer and other personal care products. Friends, my thanks once again to PhD Chamber of Commerce, my compliments in particular to Naveen Seth and Tube Promotion Council and the speakers, delegates and supporters for joining us today. Thank you very much. Please stay safe. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. It's always a pleasure to hear from you, and we look forward to your support, guidance, and blessings as always, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, sir. Now, from one industry expert, I go to an industry vendor who has been in the packaging sector for years, and I think he has a lot of experience, which we would request him to share with us. Mr. Amit Ray, who is the chairman for our International Affairs Committee for America, and he represents Uplex Limited. So we would request, sir, for your views.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. And of course, we have a great veteran looking at us virtually, and we take it from there. Your Promotion Council has played a very key role in the development of this niche industry in India, and later supported by the PhD. Now, I had the opportunity of starting tube manufacturing in my Uplex. It was not an easy journey. You heard of the vehicles, but then again, it is like this, that every industry has challenges, and every industry has different types of challenges. So we had to face those challenges. And I remember the early days. It's not that very long ago we started, but I remember the early days. That's true. Which way to go, where to go, how to go, etc. This is, as I say, a niche industry with great potential. As you've already heard, usage of tube in packaging started with the aluminium tube. For long years it was aluminium and rigid tube, and mainly at that time, I think this was the oral care. Still remember when I was much younger, young boy, the convict tube, all coupled in painted aluminium tube, right? In the bottom. But we moved on from there, and I think SL packaging played a very pioneering role in the introduction of flexible tubes, laminated tubes, plastic tubes in the country. Others have followed, but these were the pioneers. Now, what are the critical segments? There are small users of various types in various segments, which are there, which have developed and which is oral care. Second is cosmetics. Cosmetics took a very serious downturn during the COVID time because nobody would go out, nobody would buy, everybody would go. So the ladies did not dress up. And so cosmetics industry took a downturn. Then there was hygiene, which has emerged very strongly in the COVID days. And then, of course, pharmaceuticals. Big usage in pharmaceuticals. Big usage in pharmaceuticals. And food, small. Food is small, but it's growing in. And what are the critical parameters? The critical parameters are decoration, IT counterfeit, and of course today major focus is being given and more has to be given in the area of sustainability. The cycling, post-consumer waste, how do you handle that? It's all over the country. And but also the same thing is the process is different. The process is very different. Because people in the tube industry, leaders in the tube industry, leaders in packaging are really working hard on this area. Because now I think they don't see the other day, it has been given 1 year's notice now. And 1 year's notice, and some of the things I look pretty horrifying that first 50 micron plastic was the benchmark. Now it has gone to some 130 micron. 130 micron is like a sheet almost. But then these are the rules of the country, and they are for the good of the country. So a lot of work has to be done in this area. One thing stands out, of course, this industry has many brands, many applications, but short terms, very short term. And the packaging industry is a very big challenge for the packaging industry because the packaging industry, SL was set up differently. SL was set up only to be, let's say, others who are in the packaging, which is something which is added on. Now, the packaging industry has high-speed lines, etc. And you do small runs, very fast changeovers. There's a technology with which machine suppliers are working, the industry members are working, and during his job, then the real way, the great train to reach that makes not sense. And I'm sure. So, you with the industry, which is the high growth, and therefore attract. Now, the trend in packaging in India is if A or B or C are successful, from D to Z, everybody will jump in saying that these people, they are successful, so this must be a good industry to go for. And there lies the rub, because what happens there is that knowledge, the skills, the manufacturing, the manufacturing experience, and then in many cases, but one has to be careful, concerned about that. That is, I think that's a pretty big idea. This industry is growing, will grow, and keep providing its consumers a great user experience that they like to enjoy, they like to see it, enjoy the life of the product, the branding is great. So there are other experts who will be talking to you. This is my experience. I speak from my own experience in packaging and my own experience in starting up a segment in my existing packaging company. So thank you for your time. And thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your views with us. And your presence itself is motivation for us. Yesterday also you were here physically with us for the Americas event which you were doing, and today again. We really thank you for this. Now, as we have a expert from here, though we will be hearing from them more in detail in the second session. So I would request them if Mr. Miroslav Krinkov can quickly touch upon certain points here. And detail can be in the second half.
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks for inviting me. Big pleasure for me to present some of my view about packaging industry. I have experience of 23 years. Some other guys maybe not that much, but still, I think 23 years is something. Of course, I'm a more technical guy, and you talk more about technical challenges, but also would like to share view about the future of this industry, because really, other than this technical problems we have to solve in the future, we have a lot of challenges regarding environmental friendly products. This is really big point, and I would like to get in the future discussion. I'm glad that here there are many young people, because they really need to follow us in the future and solve most of these problems, because they will live to be in this environment, which we hope will be also better. So I don't want to repeat all what already said. So Yeah, so thank you again. And during technical discussions, I think we will share many ideas, many thoughts about what is done and what should be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I again take this opportunity to thank you for traveling all the way from Switzerland to here. Thank you. It means a lot, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Hans, we would like to hear from you as well, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Hans Schroeder. I'm the Director for Business Innovation at Axis Global in Switzerland. Axis Global being one of the leading suppliers to the industry. I initiated my career in this challenging markets in some 30 some years ago in the 88, very young as a service technician. And well, see where it brings you, the tube industry. I must warn you, once it gets you, it will not let you go. Thank you to the board, thank you for attendance. Looking forward to this challenging and interesting days we are facing now. I'm really looking forward to your questions, to your interest, and I think we have a lot of common things to discuss, interesting points to share. We are open for any question. Sure, go ahead. And also whatever is on your soul. Thank you very much for the possibility here to share my thoughts. Guys, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel. Would you like to have your view on that? Yes. Thank you very much to the chamber. Special thanks to Mr. Praveen Bhatia for the invitation. Very happy I can have this chance to travel again. As Chairman Mr. Ray mentioned before, decoration is critical for packaging. So I present Polytype company, an international company, is especially in printing technologies. I can confirm that the packaging industry business is like family. Once you get in there, I think you try to get out of the family for a few years, and it just achieved me, and I'm not back again. So I started 25 years ago. I left for a few years. I'm back into the time. So I'm very happy to join this family. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Nadeem with our co-chair for faculty committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry, and he is also the managing director for Ajit Industries to propose the vote of thanks.
Hello, can you guys hear me, please?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Oh, so because of I'm coming via virtual presence, not by physical presence. So sorry for that. But then I'm very happy to join this conference. And as I've been hearing so many nice speakers here about the tube manufacturing, the tubes are different types, especially lami tubes is a growing market in oral care, food cosmetics and medicine. And there is huge room for new productions in India. This technical conference will help all of us to learn more about this industry. I believe that the next decade, for 10 years to 20 years, belong to India. And there is a lot of manufacturing going to happen, as well as a lot of consumption will happen, as well as a lot of exports will happen from India, because there is a lot of growth opportunities happening in our country because of the push by our government on local manufacturing, as well as the big youth working population available in India right now, as well as people are getting more and more attuned to using and upgrading their living standards even in villages and in small towns. So the demand is also growing very consistently year and year. So I am very confident, and I would like to appreciate that this conference will prove very useful for everyone who is attending this, and for the upcoming Indian entrepreneurs. I would like to thank Mr. Saket Bhatia, President of Packaging Committee, for his inaugural remarks on the 2-day session. I would also like to appreciate Parveen Bhatia ji on his brief of tube packaging industry history and good work being done by the Tube Promotion Council about laminated tubes and its recyclability, sustainability issues. Tanveer Alam ji, the Director IIP, Sanjay Bhatia ji, Mr. Amit Ray, and I welcome visiting specialist Mr. Minoslav Hinkov from Bulgaria, Mr. Hans Sturer from Switzerland, and Indian speakers at the technical session. Thanks to our supporting partners, TPC, Tube Promotion Council, ICPMA, IPMMI, Plastic Machinery Manufacturers of India, and OPP, Organization of Plastic Processors of India. Appreciation for Mr. Naveen Seth and Secretariat for managing and organizing this conference. I wish you all the best for a productive, progressive, and useful 2 days technical session. I wish all the best for this conference. Thank you, sir. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you very much, sir. I thank each and everyone who was present here in the inaugural session. I think
Before conclusion, I'd like to say, sir, I'm your student. And I'm into packaging because of Uplex. My first job was to work in a Uplex, and there I learned the packaging. That is why I took packaging, and I'm always your student. And I learned a lot of things from Plex till now. No doubt I worked from 86 to 89. And over the years, I still have a very good association with Uplex, and I'm very thankful to Uplex and all the factories for Uplex. Thanks a lot.
And I will create in my duties if I don't mention the name of the people from my team who have actually worked very hard on this. Mr. Rakesh Sangrai, you feel Mr. Naresh is also there outside, and he has been guided by our Secretary General, Mr. Saurabh Sanyal ji. That is how we have been able to present to you this. So thank you all. Now we will break for lunch, and after lunch the session starts at 2 o'clock. People who are interested in the new packaging to come and attend this, and we have another session downstairs on the Middle East and North Africa, so who have interested in that, I can go and attend that. So thank you very much, and thank you Sanjay ji for spending your time and always available, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rakesh ji.
All the best. Thank you. Thank you so much. All the best, everyone. Thank you.
We look forward to hear from you.
Thank you.
Rakesh ji and please.
International PhD specialized packaging, packaging, any problems, technology. I think it's a great initiative of the council to promote this hearing. So I'm very happy to hear, share my thoughts. What to say? No, let me tell you what this is about. This is a social thing. This is government meeting. Thank you very much for that. I think it's good to share ideas and have all these challenges which getting from. We are talking about progress and more use of packaging materials for the challenges related, but we really need to start about how we look like this. My hope for getting for help it there and even like to
I think that more small alcoholic. It's very lively. And it's together rather than stagnant. So that's more challenging. Pricing. That especially but first is good. And he also been and it should just be now into industry
Else around.
Some everything will come together. That's not everything. How much people should go? Okay. People should feel that they are not getting out. That's the way we live. Everybody knows. Yeah, very big. Big. That's big. What is land actually that? Land to easily. Four people know actually. देखिए उनका लैपटॉप ऐसा कुछ पूछा नहीं इंटर प्रोडक्ट I don't know. हम खड़े रहते
सामने बैठते हैं क्वेश्चन ज्यादा पूछेंगे ना क्वेश्चन तूने जरूर पूछने को मैं तो नोट भी कर दिया हमने रख दिया नाम क्वेश्चन सर इधर आइए ब्रिज जी सर उसको घासने के लिए उतनी दूर जी
I saw this in okay. Anyway, I was not prepared, but that's actually. Yeah, but for me, it's difficult because it's been about one language. Yeah, I'm talking foreign language. I even don't speak so well. It's more difficult.
You know, like
I do a little bit. Somehow, but all the time. Which I know. In my language, I know much more words. But here I need to.
There are additional calculations. When you say वैक्सीनेशन हो गई
with children, but that's not in this station. It's kind of you may not वो नहीं रहेगा कि
बहुत अच्छा अगला हम करेंगे बैंक
बार बार वो बेचारा
ट्रेवल
उसको मैं थोड़ा अंदर कर देता हूँ, नहीं तो बार बार गिरता रहेगा।
ये नहीं करेंगे, मेरे दिमाग में आइडिया आ गया। उसको अनाउंस करता है, आधे दिन का, 2 दिन नहीं, आधा दिन। वही सब बैंकों से देखो सब जाएंगे, सभी जाएंगे, मुझे उन्होंने पहले सेमिनार में क्या लिया था कि तुमने मुझे क्यों नहीं बताया, मैंने कहा बताना वो तो उनके लिए कुमार को रखा नहीं डिस्कस किया, तुमने डायरेक्टली नहीं डिस्कस किया, फिर आया मेरे पास अनिल सिंह को लेके बैलेंस साइड हमको डिजाइन कर नहीं करते हो सब अब चलो सीधी बात करें, हमने 50 बेटा चाहिए, बेटा लगा नाम आपका ही बना दिया, बन गया।
जैसे ये भी हो जाएगा, वो भी रखेंगे, 3-4 हो जाएंगे,
सर भी हो, सर भी
अब तो
मुफ्त वाले
नहीं, सर भी हो
क्या अल्कोहल
थैंक यू वेरी मच। ये बाद में करूंगा लेकिन मैं कैसे सर now we can start. All speakers are there. 2 o'clock. Good afternoon.
We'll be starting in another 5 minutes.
Okay, fine.
You know what? मैं तो कर दिया, but they are again is becoming unmute.
Someone has to do it.
Please call all the
हाँ बोलो। नहीं चल, अब आप मुझे अभी बात मत करना है कंटा।
Good afternoon. Dr. Anand, with your permission, can we start now?
Yes.
Yeah. So, welcome all the for a large gathering in our inaugural session. The participation not only in person, we witness the participation through our platform as well as through YouTube channel also. So we were having a very good participation this morning, and at present also, I believe informed me that a lot of people have joined to YouTube, as well as we have our international conference going on. So through platform also we have a separate hall. Those who wish to join virtually, they have to join virtually also in this session. So welcome all. Those who are sitting there in person as well as those who are witnessing this session virtually. So we have today's session
on trends in latitude. So our session chair is Dr. Tanveer Alam, who have also spoke during inaugural session also. He is the director of Indian Institute of Packaging and former head of packaging of Nestle, Mr. Vivek Sood also. Mr. VK Sood, he is the session moderator. And we have the co-panelist here, Mr. D. Balaji, he is the president from Rajsari Polypacks, and Mr. Ram Sadhu, chairman of Rajsari Polypack. And we also have our guest from Bulgaria, Mr. Miroslav Hinkov, who is the managing director of Mechatronica. And also Mr. Tarun Kochar will be joining in some time. He is the director of PI John Group of Company. He is in the middle of the meeting. As soon as he is free, so he will join. So, Dr. Alam, I hand over it to you. Now you please proceed and start the session. Dr. Alam.
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much. And congratulate the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Tube Promotion Council of India for this wonderful program and international conference. Once again, I welcome you all for this technical session. This is the first technical session of today. And we have in this session, we have a 3 technical presentation. And Mr. V. Balaji, he is a technical director from Rajasri Polypack, and Miroslav Hinkov, MD Mechatronica, Bulgaria, and another speaker is also there from Prem Prakash Dubey. As per the schedule, or some change is there?
And Mr. Tarun Kochar, he has
Tarun Kochar, yeah. Okay, Tarun Kochar. Mr. Tarun Kochar. I'm very much impressed during the inaugural session, outcome of the inaugural session, where the different eminent speaker talked about the status, challenges, and opportunities of this LamiTube, even after the post-COVID. And the highlights of the inaugural session set the tone of this international conferences, 2 days international conference. And during this technical session, I hope the speaker will talk about the modernization, automation and machine, and especially the barrier properties of the new LamiTube structure and its advantages by the Mr. Balaji. And with this, I would like to request Mr. Vijay Sood, and he is a co-chairman. I will request him to one by one, he can call to the speaker to present his talk. Mr. V.K. Sood.
Thank you, Dr. Alam, and thanks PhD and Tube Promotion Council for inviting me to moderate this session. Dr. Alam is already there, and he is going to chair this session. On the presentation panel, we have 3 participants, 3 speakers, namely Mr. V. Balaji, President, RPPL, Mr. Miroslav Hinkov, Managing Director, Mechatronica, and from the user end, we have Mr. Tarun Kochar from John Group of Company, V. John Group of Companies. All these gentlemen are veterans in their fields, and we look forward to have their prospect in the latest trends of LamiTubes. To start with, may I invite Dr. Alam for his introductory remarks to set the tone of this technical session. Professor Dr. Tanveer Alam, Director, Indian Institute of Packaging, has his research area in novel food packaging technology, package design, sustainable packaging. He is involved in UN packaging certification of dangerous goods and packaging regulation and standardization. His PhD research work was on modified atmosphere packaging, MAP of food products from National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal. He has organized several conferences, workshops of national, international stature in different capacities. Dr. Alam has published more than 100 research and technical papers in high impact journals. I'm sure we are going to be benefited to hear words of wisdom from him on this subject. Over to you, Dr. Alam.
Thank you, sir. And we all aware about that. This lamu tube is the industry which is very much important, and mainly this segment is mostly used by this pharmaceutical segment. But I would like to just highlight what recently we have done, especially apart from pharmaceutical and cosmetic industry. Lamu tube has a new avenues in the field of food segment also as a innovative packaging solutions. So recently IIP has got a patent for application of this lamu tube for food industry also. What I would like to share before this house. For this we have enhanced the shelf life of this Nalan Gur, which is very good dietetic products, traditional products, and which is popularly available in the eastern part of the country, and which is obtained from the date palm tree. So the limitation of this particular product is very poor shelf life. It has no value, and almost 2.5 years before we have got this assignment by the West Bengal government, and with the help of this SL Propac in collaboration, we have developed we have modified the structure of this lamu tube and enhance the shelf life of this Nalan Gur up to the more than 3 months. However, the shelf life was hardly 2 days, 1 or 2 days of this Nalan Gur, which is actually it is nothing but jaggery being obtained from the date palm, exudation of the date palm. So then finally this was commercialized by this West Bengal government, and the value of this product is more than 300 rupees. Earlier it was a few rupees. The cost is few rupees. And so that this lamu tube technology is not only what I want to say, it cannot only confined to this food and pharmaceutical segment. Now we have new avenues, and we have recently seen, we have recommended for that even the organic honey is also being marketed in the lamu tube. And new challenges there till we have to look the avenues for the sustainable packaging, because we have a different extrusion technology and different multi-layer lamu tubes are available. Now the challenge is that how we can have a sustainable approach, recyclable, that all the layers of this multi-layer lamu tubes should be recyclable. This is the challenge if industry has a better solution. And of course, the post-COVID challenges we have a minimum touch to hygiene and safety. So automation is the answer for this, and automation and better machinability is the demand for the industry, so that minimum contamination, if we'll handle the product, fill the product in with the less contamination with the human. So this is the avenues. I'm very much confident that this 3 eminent speaker, they are going to talk about that automation. One speaker is going to automation, another speaker is going to talk about the different layers, barrier properties, and disadvantages of the new lamu structure, which is the demand of the time. And the third speaker is going to talk about that packaging machinery, which is again the more challenges in this, especially when we talk about the machine manufacture and for the Indian industry. So I hope all 3 speakers will focus, and the time limit is 10 to 15 minutes. And after that there will be the question answer. After that will followed by the question answer. So now I request to the first speaker of this session, Mr. Balaji. Balaji, he has experience of more than 63 years of experience and 40 years of experience across the printing, lamination and cast PP film industry. He carries hands-on technical knowledge of all kinds of flat tube laminates. Has also worked on the production of barrier PE films used for the non-foil tube lamination in various thickness, ranging namely from the 275 to 400 micron. So this with this profile, I would like to invite Mr. Balaji. He is the president of Raष्ट्रीय Polymer. Please, Mr. Balaji.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, on behalf of Ictm, Raष्ट्रीय Polymer, we sincerely thank the table, the TBC, for giving us the opportunity to present others for us. We are new to this real industry. RPP is new to the real industry. Nevertheless, we try to make it some powerful impact on some very interesting items to cover. The session is magnitude knowledge session today. We are going to talk something about a step towards recyclability. So with this, I will start. We are going to do a very small brief of Ictm, an SMA research company in India with a total of 100 million people, 20 years long experience in sheet extrusion, thermoforming, polypropylene, polyester, HFCS, lead suppliers to Unilever, Ferrero, Nestle, PepsiCo, Tata Global, and Sheets. List of customers is open now. We got state-of-the-art machines are there for sheet thermoforming, for sheet extrusions from Mantara. We are one of the lead suppliers to Ferrero. Recently, a new plant is being commissioned. This is adjacent to our next plant facility. Ultra hygienic and clean room environment we are creating this facility. We are going to manufacture something very good for takeout food, pharmaceutical packaging, and tube laminates. Highly automated and with minimum human interconnection. We are creating a dedicated R&D facility. The machineries are from SML, Austria. It's a 9-layer line. So now we come to subject. Veterans are there. Teams of tube laminates are here. We are going to make a humble presence here. We are going to offer something very simple, very basic, and very interesting to the people. We intend to manufacture tube laminates, the best of tube laminations in our field. It is from the state-of-the-art 9-layer line in a single stage cast calendering process and using one of the finest technologies in the field. That is, you can call it sleeve technology, very common in Europe, that can provide extraordinary clarity, stiffness at the lower thicknesses, and a very good uniformity of gauge across bits to the edge. We feel that the tube laminates produced in such process are a step towards eco-friendly. The thickness ranges from 150 to 800 microns. In fact, we will produce higher than the requirement. And all in single stage extrusion process without any blow through requirements, without any tandem extrusion process. That's the single stage. It reduces, eliminates some of the teething issues with the current PM structures. It feels so. Maximum thickness of UH is possible up to 50 microns, 80 microns, which is sometimes very difficult to produce in conventional tube laminate in the tube film. Due to 9-layer configuration, we feel there are multiple types of polymers available, like PP in combination with other polymers, in combination PE, and to run in the existing tube making without any issue. So we call this therefore the novel technology henceforth our discussion. When we call this novel technology, we want to address avoid foil, without compromising aspects of barrier and strength. Nobody can replace foil. It's very difficult thing. It's the ultimate barrier. But we're trying to come near to that. But we are going to offer something which is near to recyclability. Today, there are many types of two-laminates are there, foil-based, non-foil-based. So foil-based, how it is being handled, most consumer usage, it's a very difficult question. So we would not like to come into those kind of categories are there. But we are going to say that two-laminate produced in iron technology are recyclable and we can avoid landfills because portion will like it. Processing is very simple, cost effective, and minimum scope of defects, that is the point. Moreover, we say that two types of laminate sheets are going to produce which will reduce carbon footprint. We are not going to claim something very superior in technologies when compared to the existing SKUs, which are very robust, proven for so many years' time. We later call it an invention. But we call the current point substance is robust, but having serious doubts about recyclability, how the post consumer usage is being handled as of today due to its non-recyclable, and therefore what happens to post consumer is a big question mark. While the non-foil barrier system is existing, which is almost, not almost, which has replaced what of alcohol tubes, is also robust. It's also recyclable if the percentage of PUH is less than 5%. So it is already existing. But we are going to talk a step towards above that one. That is, we are simplifying the manufacturing process of such products. So RPPM's novel technology addresses the recyclability of foil-based tube laminates and simplicity of manufacturing of non-foil tube laminates that is UX laminate. We offer this technology to agencies, the users of tube laminate who ultimately pack, the leading converters who make printed tube laminates for tube supply, leaders who produce tube laminates. We welcome joint developments, use the technology for novel technological tube structure and to provide, I will not call it complete solutions, near solutions for foil replacement and to be eco-friendly. Provide non-foil UX barrier simple manufacturing is definitely saving of carbon. So we would like to dedicate this 9 years for developing eco-friendly and step towards eco-friendly in this segment. In order to substantiate what we are going to talk, the next few slides I'll cover. There are 4 types of here is there. One is foil-based, we call it. The second one is non-foil-based. The third is non-foil, non-barrier. And the fourth is price social UX tubes are there. They are very common on those days. Anybody says that I will replace foil 100%, it's very difficult thing, but there is plenty of scope to go towards UX types. But the current UX based laminates are there, have fantastic oxygen barrier properties, but they have a limitation of oxygen barrier, moisture barrier, because PE is going to go on it. Hence, a lot of developments required in this field there if one really want to replace foil. So, this is what we are going to pitch in today. We are going to substantiate our slides the next few steps. Type 1, foil based. It's for general knowledge based. Today, if you want to produce a foil based laminates, there are multiple films are used. There is a layer called printable film you have to produce in the bronze film. Foil you have to take it up, procure. The sealant layer you have to produce. The various thickness available from 12 to 175 to 12 to 220, 12 to 250, 20 by 230. So many things are there here. But in order to make a laminate, you have different films required. Then you require extrusion laminating process. If somebody has got a tandem, you can do in one pass. If you want a single extrusion, you are doing double pass a day. So stage 1 we call it. For example, I have taken 12 by 250, we call it a 12 micron the thickness of foil, and 250 is the total thickness of laminate. 110 micron is produced in the blown roof surface, that's the first process. Second 60 micron, the sealant line is produced in the second process. Oil is produced third process. Fourth, anti-fermentation is done. So there is 4 processes are involved this one. Each of the films or coil and extrusion lamination process should be defect-free, if not cascading effects of defects faster to the lamination. If one has got a defect, spoil the entire laminate. Due to multiple processes, because manufacturing could be little costly. To plan an FG of solvent to okay, lot of very advanced, you have to make the films again, extrusion laminate.
Hello?
So it's a, will take about 15 days, 7 to 15 days to produce this film. The second,
No, handle it. No, there is no problem.
the second is non-coil with UV grade. Again,
No, but this is total confusion. I don't understand that.
I request if the
नहीं आप हैंडल करिए कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है टेंशन so you handle it डॉक्टर आलम मेरे को क्या करना है अभी कुछ छोड़ो हेलो
Mr. Sud, kindly you will continue.
yeah. Non-coil grades, instead of oil, you are using UV film. Again, in order to make a laminate, you require 3 or 4 types of film required. One the printable layer, sandwich layer, UV film, and then your sealant layer, all are different things. You have to produce separate, and then bring the extrusion lamination and make a lamination. Okay, this is the process I itself there. So again, there are 4 processes are there if you want to produce such a film something. Now, we are coming to our subject, which is in one table we are going to explain completely here. We compared that is alcohol, UV barrier, the lower side we are going to tell. So you take the structure, alcohol structure, UV structure. Here we are going to put the resin and we are going to get the final FG. This is the principle. You put the resin to get the FG. This is the plan. Lamination group, 3 to 4 layers are using in the existing alcohol and so as UV barrier. Here there is no lamination involved. It's a direct gas calorific process. Time of production, if you want to produce alcohol and UV tubes, you need a very proper planning. Maybe 7 days to 15 days is required there. Here we can produce the resin FG on the same day. Process wastages, there is a process, there is a wastages in blown film, there is a wastages in extrusion lamination, there is a cascading effect of wastages are there. All are avoided here. We are going to produce a single process from resin to FG. So we say that the wastages could be nature. Defects, blown film defects, alcohol defects, sealant defects, all are avoided because we are going to talk about resin to FG. So relatively little simpler. Further, alcohol recyclability is a little doubtful today, but plenty people use. Whereas UH based structures, if UH is less than 5%, it is supposed to be recyclable. European guidelines are there. Again, the other method, we contain UH less than 5%, it is recyclable. Carbon foot, since you are avoiding blown film production, extrusion lamination, and we are directly talking about resin to FG, it simplifies the manufacturing process. It will be like a carbon food to be low. We need to work out the exact values, but it is low. Changeover from one SKU to another SKU, lot of planning to be done in alcohol and UH. This one here, the changeovers are quite huge. Manufacturing cost because high, and this could be little low. Key impact because of everything apart from manufacturing cost, it is the disposability of the laminate post consumer, and then we can also offer higher NVIDIA which are going to come. So we can take simple PE structure, any distance from 200 to 800 diamonds, easily possible, but we are going to talk something better. We call it resin to FG. We call it elimination of various process defects. We call it integral met constant superior extrusion lamination. We are going to talk about, and we are going to say it's an extra practice. Functional properties, it depends upon what we require. We can vary the UH content and vary the OTR. That is not an issue. So sometimes it's very difficult to process some of the difficult grades in drone pellets. In gas scalding method, it could be simple, because it's better. No one can match resilient properties of coil. Here they are trying to attempt. They are humbled that they are going to attack this basis. They are also going to attack NVIDIA while they are going to offer OTR. This is our structure, PP based. This is what we think that can offer some value to the industry. PE is the most common in food and grade industry, whereas PP is not. All the machines which are designed, running excellently well, etc., everything designed for PECD. And PP can offer much improved NVIDIA and resilient properties than PE. PP can add body stiffness apart from the barrier. The conventional machines of tubular weights are designed to identify PE only. So we don't want to disturb anything. So we are going to place PP inside and poly outside. So nobody knows completely that PE and PP are the same family, polyolefin family. PP increases NVIDIA. So we feel that it is possible. When you talk about PP, it is not only PP. There are several modified PPs are available, which enhances the stiffness, the cutting problems, the clarity, and also we include the NVIDIA of other PP also. The resins available, the market is the knowledge available is very much there. So we say that we are going to make a humble beginning here to see how much count we can close as equals 5. PE is the most proven prince and cylinder layer, so they are going to touch the penetrations. UH is the proven gas barrier, they are going to not touch it again. So our entire aim is to bring PP to one of the layers of 2 layers, etc., to give additional capabilities in this polymer family. And PP is the polyolefin family in recycling condition. PP barrier only gets to vandalize films of spoil. OTR, the industry says what we want that is possible because by varying, one is causing recyclability, the second is requirement of OTR, it depends upon how much you want put the predictions, so that percentage can be varied here. The NVIDIA shows the predictions. One of the NVIDIA PP one of the best materials. If, for example, if you take around 400 microns, you already get around 0.6 NVIDIA there here. Whereas people are struggling without point to get NVIDIA. So we feel that predictions by combination of 9 layers, the technology available here, with which we feel it is possible to place in the recipes and get something better to the industry. There are some products also to be there here. Those groups are little rigid or oriented. They are going to talk about gas film and calcium process. Could be little softer than those groups are there here. Nevertheless, they are going to play with our recipe to make it as well as better. So we call as NVIDIA could be better than the unit style. Also than oil based, whereas a gas barrier we can match or improve, that is not the issue. So if I tell you, image frames are already a replacement of oil, but this simplifies the manufacturing process, avoids multiple layers and lamination. We want to process in a single layer, you put resin, you get the FG. See now we see we'll be able to automate and do something into the industry. Coax tubes, because of high productivity, low productivity and low manufacturing, high manufacturing cost, definitely the 9-layer cast line can do a lot of justice in manufacturing also. One of the very specific mentions of the farmer, some of the farmer activities are very aggressive, require good or inseparable board layers are there here, require very high oxygen barriers. Conventional structure, whether it is alcohol or extrusion lamination or a UV barrier, due to extrusion laminate, sometimes you have the issue of interlayer bonding. Our process involves weld bonding, 9 layers are formed integral part by weld bonding, hence we feel that produces the welds formed upward by this kind would be superior. This is the beginning. We have not done much in anything further like emboss, soft, etc. It's later stage, but we feel it is all possible at a later stage. The line is also designed to use PCR in one of the extruders. There is interest. Possibility to add pillars to reduce plastic consumption and impart special functional properties is possible. So looking for opportunities for new development to work with the industry, making contact for new cooperation, film process for friendly, direct or indirect customers would like to partner and promote this novel idea, innovative combination of this PPPP, PE, all in one process, and added quality to benefit customers, especially to address recyclability, simplicity hence cost reduction, simplicity hence carbon footprint reduction. The new dairy line will be commissioned. It is already commissioning on, maybe by May, maybe in a position to offer commercial samples, etc. We have a capacity of 400 metric tons or 1.75 million parameters, 15 metric tons per day, or 30 of those parameters. To use it, we solicit your support to use the technology towards manufacturing eco-friendly or a step towards eco-friendly. We would like to contribute to the eco budget, no big compromise on quality and serving the intended purpose. Eco-friendly packaging for the future, we feel that our line will be of great help to the industry in doing something deliberately eco. We would like to partner, taking all your advice and suggestions. Looking forward to work with you all. This is Balaji, and thank you.
Can we ask the questions now or later on?
Yeah, any questions from audience?
As you mentioned that you already checked with aggressive material in pharma, have you checked with the hair color? I mean, that's really aggressive and still the hair color is coming in a negative tube. A lot of people tried in laminated tube and it's not successful. So any trial has been done with the hair color?
No, the line is just commissioned there.
Okay.
We want to do the aggressive. We feel that we want for two reasons. One, I told you the integral constants.
Right.
Okay. The second is the value.
Right.
So that's how we feel that we are comfortable coming very to the solution.
Okay. Thank you.
I am asking this question by the way to do it. What is the cost difference between the current system and the line gas?
So the current structure for both the processing, then the extrusion lamination, these both processes are avoided there. And we are going to produce a single shot. So I am sure that the cost will be little low. How much we have expected to definitely.
Mr. Balaji, I just want to know, like, recently Mr. Bhatia said that about the hair color. Similarly, it's for the alcohol industry.
Yeah.
Like, I'm from Pressure Tubes, and we have supplied laminate tubes for cocktail and mocktails to Brazil.
Okay.
So I just want to know, does your kind of laminate will be able to help us with that? Because if you see, like you focus on pharmaceutical industry, you focus on food industry, but alcohol industry similarly is very, very large sector which we can conquer by giving tubes. And this is being patronized in Australia where you have got this machine. Even in Brazil, it's sold in a big amount, large quantity, especially cocktails, mocktails, and energy. So if you can do some study on that with your laminates, it will help us to at least grow the laminate industry, especially PBL or ABL for alcohol, which is of course a very, very large sector, much bigger than the pharmaceutical industry.
Sure. We'll take the I'm going to give only some information in this record day.
Yeah.
The similar line, we are also going to produce record films. It is for a very, very integral world and which stands at a very high temperature for 30 minutes and that kind of proven already there. So that reason he said with some kind of confidence that we'll be able to work some of the existing.
Sure. And so any kind of layer you're coming up with 9 layers that should help to almost as aggressive products like hair and alcohol. Of course, alcohol you don't take more than 5 to 10% in cocktails and all. But if it's for the bigger alcohol content, I think I'm sure you'll be able to do that. So, thank you.
Dr. Alam, over to you, please.
One more question I would like to ask you. Can you compare with the cost wise how your novel product is cost effective? Can you compare some?
I know for sure it is a little cheaper, but how much you have worked out? Single stage power is the cheaper, we not know. Let's talk it.
Okay. Okay. And thank you. Now I hope he's our VK Sood sir. He left. So now we have another speaker.
Due to audio issue with Dr. Alam, Mr. Sood has left. I think he may try to rejoin again because there is some.
Okay, I requested him. Just otherwise we can move for the another speaker. Later we can conclude.
Thank you.
Last.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have another speaker, Mr. Miroslav Hinko, Managing Director, Mekanotrika from Bulgaria. He is veteran of the LamiTube industry with expertise in the design and manufacturing of unique technological equipment, automated lines for the production of laminated tubes and tube filling automations. His area of expertise in automation. Now I request him to give his presentation automation in LamiTube machines. Mr. Hinko, please.
Thank you again for inviting me in this difficult time. I hope my presentation will help people that are new, and also maybe there will be some helpful information to the guys that are already in this industry for many years. As you said, I think good experience, something like 23 years in tube making machines for laminated tubes and engineering in general. Of course, I get more. So let's start with my presentation. First, some brief information about the company, because sometimes there are confusions. Company which I'm presenting, I also have major shareholders there, not only managing. It's called Mechatronica. This is company in Bulgaria. It is Kosovo. And Combis, which is more popular, like name of our machine, it's our brand name for laminated machines. We also produce some other machines where this is not used. So next one. This is for me. So some 5 years ago, company Polytype from Switzerland joined us. They have almost half of the shares now, and therefore we are now considering somehow as a part of this group. Therefore, there is some information for Polytype also. They are also in the industry. Okay, they are more in the extrusion tubes, but they are really very well known. And this is mentioned here. They make equipment for packaging industry, for food, to make pharmaceutical, and for the scientist company, which is for already on this part. Mechatronica, as I said, is manufacturing machine for laminated tubes. This is for 23 years. And also there is Polytype India, there is Polytype Integration, which is the shareholding company. And Indian team here is also with a lot of experience for not only sales, but service of all these equipment produced by Polytype and also produced by Mechatronica. This is just picture from company Mechatronica. Company by itself 6 years old, so it's my age. A lot of experience in making unique type of machines, including even in some time, producing even for space industry, because Bulgaria at that time was part of Eastern Bloc, and we were doing a lot for the Russian space industry. So we were doing the mechatronica, even those type of machines. But mainly mechatronica was experienced, and this allowed us to do these machines. In fact, those high frequency inductions. This technology is used in many areas, including metal melting in small volumes, also military industry, and so on. So this experience was there. Just briefly, process of tube making. I'm presenting here one of the general types of tube making, which is using, as we call this, pre-molded shoulders. There is another process which also could be presented, I think, later on, which use compression or injection molding shoulders. This is a process where shoulders are made in line. In our process, we are making shoulders, we are using shoulders that are made outside, pre-molded. And of course, both processes have advantages and disadvantages. First is body making. So we start from wood binding. We can laminate this by a company like nearby one. Then also usually we do kind of cleaning on the site. This is not a must, but we prefer to do cleaning because the storage of this soil could be a little bit. We take a little bit on the site also a corona treatment, which is done during the printing process, somehow training of during the storage, and this also makes a little bit of cleaning. So we prefer to clean, but also there are producers that are not doing cleaning, which also takes a little bit of material. Then we see the type of edges of the foil, because I've seen this, then we cut in pieces. This is a continuous process. There is also another process which I'm not presenting, which is indexing process. But currently, due to speed requirements, the main process which is in use is continuous process. I also think that maybe again there will be time when the indexing process will again come. But okay, not further continuous process is the main one. Then visible orientation is not always required, but depends on the type of caps or shape of the tube. If this is split top caps, where they need to be oriented, or if this is overtube or other shape, but also need to be oriented. And then we need to transfer this to carrying machines. Carrying, as I said, have shoulders molding, because they are pre-molded shoulders. When we want this all is done on the manual, then we get body loading, we see shoulders, then eventually it requires we apply membrane or top tube, then also cap, it's also if it is required, because there are tubes where shoulder and cap is integrated, but of course most of the tubes are with separated cap. And then we get injection, and eventually it goes to packaging machine, automatic or manual. So here two types of materials still exist. This is based on the barrier. We mentioned already. One is plastic barrier laminate, or PBL, as you know. And barrier is made from different types of plastic. And its operation, the UH is maybe preferable at the moment, but all of these materials have plastic barrier. And the ABL, but ABL is oldest material which exists. Barrier is made by aluminum. Aluminum, of course, like metal, is perfect barrier, even small thickness, very small thickness is still perfect barrier. The disadvantage of this material, of course, is recycling, because having metal, which is melting by a few hundred degrees, and then plastic melting at just 150 to 200 degrees, and it's not impossible. It's impossible to melt all these materials simultaneously, so you cannot easily reuse So this is main disadvantage for aluminum. Therefore, in many countries, there is a big pressure from governments to reduce aluminum denominate usage, including in India. I think most of you know there was kind of ban. Somehow different governments step back because really many applications aluminum cannot really be avoided, especially the pharmaceutical industry. As it was mentioned, pharmaceutical industry is very sensitive to many property. Most of the products same is with some cosmetic products, like Mr. Bartlett says, hair dye is one of them, very aggressive product. Sometimes I'm wondering how to use this product, but it's all about product. It's very aggressive product, so you need to really a very good property, and aluminum is still there. Here, very briefly, how seeding is done. First, this area we have so-called induction seeding, having metal, in this case aluminum, in the floor. This process is really very easy. We generate high frequency electromagnetic field, something like 300 kilohertz or so. Which go through the plastic unaffected, and then inducting some current in aluminum. This current which flows in aluminum due to resistance of the metal creates some heat, and this heat start melting plastic. So this way we just need after heating and melting this plastic metal. Let's cool down a little bit, and then sealing is done. Really very easy, very clean, very reliable process. Unfortunately, it's only for aluminum-based laminates. There is also some picture in the middle which is showing same process applied for shoulder. Exactly same thing, just inductor which is generating this circuits, different construction, but principle same. Inducting current going to go to aluminum, melt heat and melt plastic, and then pressure and heating. Then this is also for welding again. Shown also in the bottom is membrane. This membrane is applied on the orifice of the shoulder. Sometimes it's required. Also here we get two types of membrane. Some and most popular membranes are with aluminum barrier. Of course, best get type of membrane, but for many reasons now membrane is made with non-aluminum material. Which of course helps to recycle, and not only recycle recyclability. There are some companies that would like to detect potentially metal particles in the product, and if there is a membrane with aluminum, it prevents those kind of detectors. So membranes are more and more popular type of membranes are becoming now non-aluminum membranes. Documentation. And here again, just some picture which shows the process, inductor on top, on bottom, aluminum layers, and the foliate layer, or it puts out the polypropylene, plastic, some kind of plastic. So we generate induction, heating aluminum, melting plastic, and melting. Then here I'm showing in the next pictures. Different process for period sealing, first for body sealing. You will see with pictures of that process, we are complicating process constantly because the requirements are increasing. Initially, when we started making those machines, a typical PDO structure was 300 plus micrometers. Usually up to 400, even more. It's very rigid material and it's very easy to move during the sealing process, because if you talk about And even though there is friction which is created when plastic is melting, because of stability, rigidity of the material, you can easily move, so it was easy to achieve sealing. We definitely using this contact technology, we just go contact between layers, so they have to be spread. Very simple technology, very well working, but really working for chicken material, working for saying anything material. Very thin, I mean, something like 200 and 250 and less. Therefore, we started improving and also unfortunately complicating. First additional thing was to put belt on the bottom, induction on top, belt on the bottom, and then keeping this metal belt with induction and placing, of course, later on this way, metal starting from bottom goes to the top, and at the end of the process, it's also quick schooling and it's sealed. And next step, because this also was with some disadvantages, because process of heating started from bottom only, it takes much longer time for all this heat to go through material, especially when thickness is higher and plastic is very bad heat conductor. So process was slow. It was working well for heating succeeding, but for continuous heating, just for one peak. Then the next step was to add also metal belt on top. Since you see here, from this way, process starts from both directions, from top and bottom, and it's much faster. Okay, later on, we act because in previous process it was not possible to control very well distribution of heat. What we like is first to melt bottom layer and then to melt top layer, and also not to melt that much top layer, because top layer is more what customer is seeing. And if you melt the top layer too much, hotel is printed, if any, it's damaged more or less. So it's not working really well for printing on the film. Therefore, with previous process, all possibility was not really to print to get this area of the film printed. So we then later on add one more inductor, which is in the bottom, with same belt on top and bottom, and then this way we may control, because each inductor is controlled independently, we may control, keep supply, providing more energy to the bottom inductor, we keep bottom belt more, and then we start from bottom, but of course we also keep the top layer in order to succeed. The process is more fast and still more heat and more melting on the bottom than on the top. Okay, I have some pictures here how it looks like on the real machine. So you see this is first approach with hot air, which you see in the middle of the picture, hot air generated heater, and then belt on the bottom. The next picture is latest approach with two belts. And here we have three inductors, but this inductor is not, first inductor is not embedded in the manger. This is before and heat direct with the bottom belt. And what is not shown on this picture, I didn't get enough pictures to show, but what we are using at the latest approach is instead of using this top metal belt, we are using small metal tape which we put on the inductor, and then moving belt is from belt. And this approach allows us to have heat only concentrated in the center of the tube, exactly in the same area, but because of the line of this one block, we may press the whole area, even in the area where it is not heated. So this way, fuel looks much better because if it's only metal parts on top, and you have no way to apply for really good gradient of the heat in the belt because that is good conductor. So you always have a risk if you keep a little bit more on the smoker belt, it's better to go and park from the top row. Okay, so here it's briefly explained how we see our shoulders. In PBL case, it's only hotel which we are applying. There are some ideas to change, but so far it's not completed. So we use hotel. What we modify from this process, because process is not new, we didn't invent this process, it exists for many years. What we modify is that we change completely the whole approach. So we're using three in one place. Previously, was using hotels with heat in one station and then moving to another one. This works quite well for keeping it up, where you can heat in a layer like the material, and then for this short time, each material is moving from one station to another because it is deep. Heat cannot go so fast through the material, so you put out a layer, heat is not that much, and then you are able to form on the next station. But because movement cannot be done for less than, okay, 0.5 seconds, or maybe even less, but still takes something like this. So when requirements were for two material, this technology was not working very well, so we changed and then we are doing this in one station. First we heat, same way as before with hotel, but then immediately after this, without moving anything, we replace. This way, the dream heating compressing time is much less, but outer layer of the floor is also in contact with the place which is cold, so it doesn't mix. That is heated a little bit, which is required. Here, I'm just presenting maybe type of machines which is helpful. When there is competent, I said that is for the two making machine and the 16 roughly speed which we are achieving maximum speed because in keep making really speed depends on many things. Really many things, and what we are giving is maximum speed. Then later on we decided to change a little bit because this speed could be a little misleading sometimes. We defined this speed for some particular tube. Usually this is kind of 250 micron, 30 or 35 millimeter 100 meter and stand up kits. So this is the speed which we keep predicted sometimes this way. So ADO, ADO, we, for this particular machine, we are producing ADO even with 0.1, which is 120 microns. So this is very, very small figures. I will tell you later on about experience with this difference because it's not only technical story how we can make this. But it's very important for me to talk about this because this is related with environmental protection. You know, how what we experience with working with such a thing material. Okay, it was done and the technology is there on this machine. We can use probably even less than 120. We didn't try because such a material was not available, but this was 120, which was there. Top is, I said here 400, in fact it could be even more, but it's not practical. PDL is 220 to 400 again, speed 60 for radio, PDL is a bit less because of the cooling. It's not just to heat. Okay, the CDK heat, if you provide enough energy, you may heat very fast. It depends only on how much energy you provided or the temperature of the agent. if you somehow provide gas which is, I don't know, 2000 degrees, you may heat for fractions of a second, of course. Because conductivity of the material is defined, but it's also created of the temperature which is causing heat. So you can heat very hot, but when it comes to the cooling, you don't have many options for cooling. Standard cooling option is water, and water, water you can get down to 4-5 degrees, not the need becoming ice. Okay, you may use also air, but problem with air is that air is very small thermal capacity, and having to support thermal capacity in order to suck all this energy which is already in the material. You need a lot of air. You can try with air. It's not a problem to generate air minus 30, 40 degrees. If we expand the air fast, core temperature goes down and fast, it's not a problem to get to this. But this general capacity plays a big role. And so usually it's water. And when you have this water with 4 or 5 years, sometimes usually similar a little bit more, you cannot provide high gradients, very thermal gradients, and so you cannot cool that fast. And India is not cooling that well at area well because of this aluminum inside, which is perfect conductor, one of the best out of the world, of course. If you look at that, so it transfers energy the remaining part of the process of cooling to regular choices to make up ideal performance. We played 90 to 200, so it's not going to reduce things. Yeah, the next machine is maybe a machine that we are producing in period number. There is 8,000 types, there is 8,000 again, block type of materials. But here, thickness ratio is not that low because previous machine was with indexing process for sealing. Here, this is constant sealing, so 180 or 75 we can't go to minimum, which we are getting a problem with such a thin materials like 180 choice. Transfer of this body because it's very soft and it's not so easy. You cannot just hold because it doesn't resist to pressure. Therefore, with these machines, constant process at the moment, we are not going down than this. We will even more than that. Peak 90 for radio and 80 PPO and diameter 60 to 50 and give a little bit more to 22 to 50 and play normally by previous machine. Then this is another machine which we recently introduced, maybe 2 years, no, 3 years to the market. It's 1,500. ABL, PBR, same quantities as previous models, speed is higher, 140 ABL, 130 for PBL, and the diameter is same, length is same. Here is that short video, which is for one different type of machine, which I didn't mention. This is a individual machine, but so far we are making this machine also like making 2 machines. But because it's also recent technology there, I just wanted to show you how it looks like. So this is reminding the trimming area. But on this machine, we are not trimming it for Japan, and the company in Japan is not using trimming. But trimming is possible. Okay, this is reminding again. This is IMARC reading, and you see just this belt, one inner belt, and outer belt, so basically from here. Inner belt is also Teflon in this case, because it's ABL. So this is cutting, IMARC reading, of course, and then transferring on this intermediate table, where we have also orientation here. We have IMARC, we should be IMARC on the tube, and then with the orientation of the body because of the gap pitches on this machine is required. So this is shoulder, pre-mounted SCC, boarding shoulder, we also get option for shoulder orientation, and this is seating, this is ABM material code, this is fixed induction. Also, BBL possible with code there. Then it's stepping here. Also one table where we can do cap orientation in case of this is the standard conical cap orientation is needed. And then we transfer to another chain, and then it's all on this particular machine for feeding, but also it could be only to making. And very quickly, this 1,500 machine is also very short video just to get how it works. I don't know why it's starting. It's high definition and probably a bit small. This is how machine looks like. Is a little bit bigger and same constant seating. Then here and also we have here pin chain which is for transferring to packer, but it depends on the customer requirements. So it could be with pin chain, could be with another system we can build. Okay, so this is what I wanted to discuss more deeply because I think this is critical. We are now living in very difficult times, and all these problems with environmental protection are becoming extremely critical. And we as packaging guys, unfortunately, are among those people that are creating most of this product for the environment. It's unfortunately true. So we need to care about this. I'm producing machines. For me, of course, it's also very good to sell my machines and if possible not to do anything to in this direction because this is difficult, but I'm sure we need to do this. We need to do this for the next generation, especially, and therefore, this is really critical, and I want to discuss. Here I get more text and not many pictures because really not so much is done in the direction, but let's share what we already have. So environmental protection and cost reduction, two main directions. What we think could help in environmental protection at the moment is two things. First is to reduce the amount of material because it's very clear, less material, less problems. And then is recycling. This was mentioned many times, and recycling is of course one option which we have here. And in the cost reduction direction, because it's also important to reduce cost of the packaging. Again, if you use less material, of course, most of the time you save. Efficiency of the machine, okay, this is in the machine area. We are also looking in this area. I will share later what we are doing. And also reducing labor, so the machine become more and more automated and self-adjusting or self-controlling and managing something like this. We are all talking about more automation in every industry, not only in making. So what about these materials, less materials? We are targeting for use. I mentioned earlier we were using this approach, making one machine which was made, I'm not sure, maybe more than 12 years ago. We did this with 2 million, it was installed in Kalidwar. I think this machine is still there. Machine was producing I want to see with 120 microns per millimeter organized production this now because it was not standard type of form. And we produced more machines, fortunately it was more to test how it works. We started production with this 120 microns. We do not concentrate. We also carefully it's not necessarily in a limited area. Also, capacity of the machine was not high, or something like 75 or 40 pieces per minute. And you know what happened? When the chip was there, production was there, but the customers refused to buy these chips. Because having this 120 poly Ictm based laminate, even though it was wrong, it was very thin, it was like a paper, feeling was not good. So really customers didn't buy this. They would prefer to buy pouches if they will get this, because tube was little bit more expensive than pouch, even though it was much cheaper than standard tube. So at the end, this project failed. And this was not because of the technical problem. It was because of the consumer perception. So talking about reducing the amount of material, we are fighting with some big enemy. Customers always like to have something that is looking better, feeling better, behave better, whatever. But the environment doesn't like this. So we're putting more material, we're putting more decoration, we're putting a lot of stuff to create better looking products, and this way also contaminate our environment. So I think in the future we will have more and more products like that, because government, because there are no other chances to push us to use clean material, and we need to do something in this. We need to tell somehow to the customer that maybe if you care about the environment, you need to in some way to accept at least sometimes things that are maybe not looking so good, but they help also. Also, another thing which we are doing, and it's already done, is integration of shoulders and cap, because when you integrate, of course you take material. You have one piece of plastic, which is in this case smaller. And again, here main problem is how product looks and how customer choose this product. Because this type of integration cannot create exactly the same feeling as standard approach, having shoulders and having big, good looking cap. Of course, when you integrate, you have same functions. Of course, you may open this cap, you may split, and there are no problems there. But it doesn't look the same way, because smaller usually, and the really shape is not that good. But this saves a lot of material. In fact, you may save 50% of the plastic in the shoulder, and this is the area where you have most of the plastic, because the shoulder is what gives the ability of the tube. And you cannot make 120 microns shoulder. You can do this, but then you will be absolutely unstable, so no one will like it to do plastic. So shoulder and cap integration is something that helps a little bit. Recyclable materials, main approach at the moment is using non-aluminum boards, metal board. As we discussed already, this is something that is limited in some industries. Honestly, I kept answer what we have here. And I don't think anyone have answer to this. There is pressure to avoid non-recyclable material, but how to replace them? Maybe we will come back to glass and aluminum, I don't know. So far, in our industry, the only thing we can do here is to work with, if aluminum is necessary, to work with two materials, because as I said, aluminum even in very tiny amounts is still perfect solution. There is no problem. Reduce amount of aluminum. Problem is more how to make this other kind of work. And then pre and post consumer recycled material. Yes, this is now peak, how to say, peak level. Very probably we are talking about this, but here it depends really on what producers can take. We as machine manufacturers need to make machines that can still form it with this material, but we cannot do much more. What we are really doing is complicating a little bit the machine with all these belts, and that allow us to see material which are not so easily elusive. But yes, this technically is possible, and if we get some material which could be really easy to recycle, okay, I think we can proceed it. I think it's something coming from the presentation. Okay. Then next thing which we are doing, this is not related that much with the fact that this is more related with the core. We are trying to improve efficiency of the machine. One thing is technology which we are improving. We need to provide more stable process because in two packing machines so far there is no way to do quality check without destroying tubes. So only way to get it to stable quality is to get it to stable process. Of course, stable material and stable process. So we are trying to stabilize process. What we are doing is, of course, with all these belts and then all this approach is to stabilize process, put more sensors to sense all these environmental parameters and everything to guarantee stability of the process. Real-time monitoring is also in this direction. And also we increase efficiency, more automation.
Mr. Hinko, can you conclude within 1 minute? Because
sorry, but this is
because already you have taken more time, allotted time, more than 35 minutes.
Artificial
Please.
And then, of course, okay, but I think this is something.
Yes, you have concluded. Any question from the audience? Please.
The new materials are coming, like recyclable material. So there is, you think that the regulatory changes are required in the machine making?
Yes, they are required because the material that you are using before. So how we are using, there are many things that helps the process. One is thickness of the material, its size, it's easy to guide this material, to move this transfer of them. Also in the components of this material, there are additional components that reduce friction. This kind of stuff which makes it easy. With new materials, especially now, very popular is becoming material which is using paper and layer. This material is very difficult to guide the move. So you need everything. There is one way.
Just to inform you that Mr. Tarun Kocher is not right. So now we
can speaker.
Yeah, one more question regarding the recyclability of laminate and shoulder. Recyclability, where after eliminating the foil, the PPL will be with PP and PE, but the shoulder will be HDP. You can't recycle HDP and PP. How we are going to answer this question? It is going to be a big question in future. What kind of material we are going to hold so that program can be recycled.
I agree, but really, if the machine makers compulsory, we cannot do much. We need help of the guys that are making this material. So it's what we can just wait for material that could be recycled in a better way. It's not.
Okay. Now, thank you, Mr. Hinko. Now we have another speaker, Mr. Tarun Kochar.
Dr. Alam,
Yes, sir. So he's not there?
No, he's not here. So he has not joined me also. So we have now done with all the speakers present here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we can conclude.
Yeah, if any more questions, so we can conclude.
Now we have only two speakers, Mr. Balaji and Mr. Hinko. So I would like to just conclude within 1 minute. Okay, what was the highlight of their talk and speech? Mr. Balaji, he talked a bit about initially about his innovation done at Rashri Polypack. So he highlighted about also the 9-layer film, discuss about the novelty developed at their end. Recyclability, he also covered about the recyclability, novel file barrier, and the file-based laminate. These are the highlights of his talk. Definitely, this highlights the knowledge shared by the speaker will be beneficial to the industry. We had another speaker, and he talked about the machines. He highlighted about the additional value addition of the machines, and what the especially he briefed about the first of about his mechatronica, and he discussed about the lamitube making process, different process involved in the machine processing. He also talked about the PBL and ABL structure of the laminates. He highlighted the operating principle of lamitube machines with specific inductors. He discussed about the specific feature of high frequency inductors and to improve the efficiency and of the machine. And finally, he elaborated the machine specification also, and in line with the requirement of the industry. And he talked finally next generation machines requirement, keeping in what the development they have done at their end, especially keeping in view of the requirement of consumers, sustainability, recyclability, energy efficiency. He naturally elaborate all this in his talk. Once again, I thanks to all the panelists and their valuable time, and of course the participants who has participated for this international conference. I thanks to my co-chair VK Sood and other panelists, and at last I thanks to the organizer and Lamitube Promotion Councils for wonderful organization of this international program at this challenging COVID epidemic times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Aram. Thank you so much for concluding remarks. Before closing this session, on behalf of PhD Chamber, I must acknowledge our speakers to Mr. Balaji by giving a plan, which is our tradition here. So I request Mr. Patel to please pass to Mr. Balaji. And I also request Mr. Patel to give a plan to Mr. Ramsuru. And in fact, we were also looking forward to receive Dr. Aram in person, but somehow we could not join in person. But definitely we'll soon have one program with you, Dr. Alam, where we would like you to come in PhD.
Sure. And
Tomorrow we have one more thing of yours. We'll join in person, Dr. Madhav Chakraborty.
yes. Already I have given the permission to please attend tomorrow's. And
thank you so much. In fact, several of your students, those who would like to look forward to their career in packaging industry, they are also here. They have also joined us. So I think today's knowledge session, they must have some good idea that what is the future there in packaging and tube sector. Because
sure.
What I feel is that a lot of potential is there in tube packaging, particularly for young students, those who are looking forward for their career in this. Because we have one sector which is still untapped. Particularly the food sector is untapped in tube in India. I don't know about the other countries, but here a lot of scope is there in food packaging. So hopefully new entrants will come, new startups will come in this sector also. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I will also inform to our student to participate tomorrow's rest of the panel session.
Yeah,
so I will inform. I will circulate.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Will be right interested to please change the dial for the next technical session. And the next session speaker, I request Mr. Venkatesh Rajgopala to please come on the dial. And we will have this session virtually joined by Mr. Deepak Chandra. He will be moderating the session virtually. He is the Vice President of Global Motion Society. And I also request Mr. Daniel to please come to the dial. And I request Mr. Hans also to come on the dial. And Mr. Pandya. And I believe Mr. Manchanda is already there.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm here.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Manchanda. Good afternoon. So, in next minutes, I think we'll start the session.
We can start the session?
Yeah. Only 2-3 minutes we'll be starting.
All right. We will need to line up Mr. Gagandeep's presentation.
Yeah, meanwhile, I just need to tell us that we have the presentation of Mr. Gagandeep already. So I think in his absence, as I came to know that the PPT will be run and explained by your cell phone.
Yeah, I will take it through his presentation.
Okay.
So should we start?
2 minutes. Let's wait for 2 minutes. Good afternoon. Once again, we have now one successful technical session 1, so now we will have another session, technical session 2. This is basically the vendor selection criteria. How does the brand owner select their tube supplier? Mr. Manchanda will be Vice President of Tube Promotion Council. Will be the chair and moderator of this session, and it will be attended by the speakers. Mr. Gagandeep, I just came to know that due to some COVID positive, so he could not join. He is hospitalized, so this is the last change. But it doesn't matter because we already have the presentation. We send this presentation, which is going to be presented by the moderator himself, Mr. Gagandeep. And we have our speaker from Switzerland. He is Mr. Daniel. He will be keeping upon delivering high self-appeal to printing capacity and ensuring ink safety. And we also have Mr. Hans. He is the Director of Business Innovation, Axis Global, Switzerland. He will be also talking about the evolution of tube body and adult geometry for more versatile formats. And we have speaker from UFlex, Mr. Venkatesh Rajgopalan. He is the head of tube division of UFlex Limited. And Mr. Amitabh Kumar, we just checking whether he is ready or not. So he is from O3 Plus. He is the GM operations. And we have Mr. Praveen Bhatia, the founder of the Tube Promotion Council with us. Welcome all the panelists in this session. Now, Mr. Manchanda, I am handing over to you. So please take it forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all the participants here. Thank you to PhD on behalf of Tube Promotion Council for organizing this conference on tube packaging. Thank you to the panelists who have come all the way to talk about the developments in tubes. So our technical session 2 is supposed to be a plastic tube knowledge session. So in this, we want to talk about vendor selection criteria. How does the brand owner select tube suppliers? And what are the advantages of tubes? I mean, you might have noticed that right now, this program that we are conducting is partly virtual and partly physical. And that means it gives us the best of both worlds. In a similar way, I would say that a tube is not a rigid packaging and it's not a totally flexible packaging. So it also works in the same way that this is a packaging which gives us the best of both worlds. In fact, from a packaging brand owner point of view, I would say that tube packaging offers best-in-class packaging choice. That means it's compared to other forms of packaging formats, this is one of the best, most efficient forms of packaging. It offers the best choice of fill volumes. You can have tubes to fill as little as 3 ml, and you can have as much as 200 ml in a tube. So there's a wide range of fill volumes that you can get. It's the best, fastest way of route to market. In other forms of packaging, you have to make molds and you have to prepare cylinders and all that print material. This is the fastest way, best route to market. It also has a wide range of caps and closures, the best choice of caps and closures, which means you have a choice of delivery mechanisms of the products that's contained inside. It also, with the advances on decoration and shelf appeal, about which you will hear later during this session. So there is a lot of, it's very good from a shelf appeal point of view. It's also in the earlier session, you heard about the gas barrier properties of tube materials. It offers the best barrier properties. It's good for print innovation. You've got developments in inks, different types of inks which give different even fluorescent effects. So there's a wide choice of print decoration that's possible, and it's Now with the advantage of oval tubes, profile back tubes, you get a choice of shape and format differentiation. As you know, in packaging, shape and format differentiation helps to differentiate the product from the other products on the shelf. And it's also good from product accessibility point of view, which means that it delivers the product fastest. You just have to squeeze it and you get the product. There's very little the consumer needs to struggle with in terms of opening the pack. And now we are also hearing with earlier presentations that it's the best for sustainability and innovation. So sustainable materials, even paper laminate-based tubes are being tried out. So with all these advantages, tube packaging is very versatile, and that's what this session is supposed to take us into. The first session that was planned was with Mr. Gagandeep. Mr. Gagandeep is the head packaging division, the Himalaya Drug Company. Unfortunately, he has been diagnosed COVID positive and he is in hospital. But we will take his presentation through so that we can get an idea of what the brand owner thinks while selecting a tube packaging. Mr. Gagandeep is the head packaging development R&D at the Himalaya Drug Company. He drives the global packaging development and optimization strategy for the company across pharma, consumer products, animal health, functional foods, wellness, baby care, and mother care domains, all the product portfolios of Himalaya Drugs. Before this, he had an initial stint of approximately 9 years in packaging development and Ranbaxy Laboratories, where both of us were colleagues. I was colleague, we were together. And then he joined the personal care division of Hindustan Lever as packaging development manager before becoming the regional packaging director South Asia for the organization. In 2011, he moved to Singapore as the regional procurement director in Unilever, responsible for strategic sourcing of rigid plastics, glass, metals for Asia, Africa, Turkey, and CEE countries. His final stint at Unilever was as global procurement director for packaging feedstocks and tea packaging based out of Dubai. The role involved setting up an organization for driving a strong strategic program around the key packaging feedstocks used by the company. So he's had extensive experience with a wide range of packaging formats and materials. And what you are going to see is actually a presentation he has prepared, but I have been given the role of taking us through this presentation. So can we move to the next slide, please? So key elements driving this change in FMCG packaging landscape. It's important to see at this current time what's happening in the FMCG industry and how that is affecting the elements about how we choose our packaging. So different types of product offerings and formats are being tried out, always in the search of innovation and differentiation in the market. Different formats are being looked by brand owners. Ease of use and consumer convenience. We are all spoiled in terms of doing the minimum effort for maximum benefit. We don't want to even unscrew a cap. We just want to flip top. Easy opens, ends, and all that. So ease of use and consumer convenience. Evolution in design thinking. Design is evolving. We're cutting out the clutter, making minimalistic designs, using pastel, muted shades. All that is making a difference. Environmental considerations, of course, this is the buzzword around. Everybody is talking about sustainability, circular economy. So environmental considerations is huge today. And adaptation for channel-specific requirements. There are this whole phenomena of online selling is channel-specific requirements, and you have to adapt the products based on that. And capabilities for facilitating quick turnaround of innovations. Again, route to market, quick turnaround. You want to get into the market while the iron is hot, so you don't want to wait for pack developments. Then we move to the next slide. to the product offerings and formats, Tube is a very simple lined, non-fussy kind of pack. It avoids the simplicity is its appeal, and the product regimen in terms of what you can offer in the range of products that you can offer in tubes determines that choice. Strong link to ingredient benefit story. So again, it's possible to focus more on the product by choosing a tube pack rather than distracting the consumer with offering some varied shapes. And association with category code. As we know that in materials, there are category codes for recycling, number 1, 2, 3, 4 recycling codes. So the product category code can be very easily linked to tube packaging, plastic tubes we are talking about, not multi-layer. And new delivery systems like masks, applicators, and control this. Again, these are convenience. So evolution of tubes as a packaging format over the years. Tubes as a packaging format has seen tremendous evolution. Yes, in terms of evolution has been driven by the new applications. What are the new types of product deliveries that we are looking for, types of products? This whole phenomena of skincare and moisture creams and face washes, these are things which probably did not exist in tube packaging. At one time, there used to be just, bottled shampoos and bottles, but this whole skincare industry has developed the tube market. Improved consumer experience, which is huge. Consumer experience is central to every choice of packaging, where a consumer should not have to struggle, should not be faced with the danger of having some danger, dealing with some packaging which is likely to harm them. So improving the consumer experience is also central to the requirement. Integration with new control dispensing mechanisms that helps in targeted product delivery. Many times you have dose controls which can be possible with closure systems in tubes. Adoption of structures that improve barrier properties and sustainability credentials. Tube packaging offers barrier properties which again meet the criteria, the requirements of modern day requirements of sustainability and better barrier, longer shelf life, all that. Formats then improve shelf throw and visual appeal. Yes, the tube packaging has its own charm in terms of its bright colors or its muted colors, its gloss or its matte effects. So there are lots of choices which determine how a tube format can benefit the product. Tubes have also been effectively used as a format for driving market strategies related to penetration, sampling, and use as testers at point of sale. Very often you have a pack which may be, the main SKU may be 200 ml or 500 ml, but you want to encourage consumers to use a small bit. So you could offer a pack size of 10 ml or 20 ml as a sampler. So this is what becomes possible with tube packaging, sampling, and which means market penetration trials. Next, please. So plastic tubes traditionally have been produced through extrusion process or lamination process. Each process has its own pros and cons, and often brand owners evaluate the overall attributes positioning that they are targeting for deciding on the option that they would like to adopt. So extrusion process is more cosmetic looking, because if you look at the lamination process, it has that once you press it, it remains pressed. So whereas the extrusion process tube has bounced back and the tube looks fresh even after it has been squeezed. This kind of choice is available to the brand owner as to what process he uses, which is a mix of how much barrier you want, how much appeal you want, which priority is more important. Each technology direction is evolving in its own domain to improve the unique proposition that can be that can be brought to the table. So this differentiation between lamination and extrusion, now we have heard so much earlier in the session about lamination, barrier properties with foil, without foil, all this is possible. So these are technology advancements being offered in each of the domain choices that the brand owner has. While extruded tubes have been offering 360-degree print coverage since there is no seam present, laminated tubes have also evolved the technology platform to be able to offer similar coverage. You may have noticed that in lami tubes, usually on the seam area where the weld has to take place, the print does not extend into that area, and this becomes a design limitation, especially for luxury or skincare, the cosmetic type products. So this was a limitation in lami tubes, which has been overcome now to a large extent. But in the seamless tubes, plastic tubes, 360-degree print coverage, in fact, with a little overlap of print, has always been possible. And this makes a lot of difference into the aesthetic appeal of the tube. Similarly, on the print capability side, with the evolution of combination processes, combination presses comprising digital, flexo, and screen, both platforms can now offer print reproductions that are very close to each other. Yes, there is a sort of competition between which of these processes offers the same appeal. Key market trends that are shaping agenda for the next generation tubes. Leading brand owners are moving towards oval configurations for high-end cosmetics as one of the key differentiators. Oval-shaped tubes are considered to be, they have a more of a, because they are flat, so they offer more the front face, rather than a cylindrical tube offers less frontage as compared to an oval tube. So from a design and communication point of view, oval tubes are considered better. And they offer a better use experience. They have greater shelf throw. So when they're oval, there's more front face facing the consumer, which is important from a marketing point of view. And there are more filled selling products per row. And so from a geometry point of view, you can put more oval shape. You're utilizing the shelf space better in an oval tube compared to a round tube. Tubes are also driving creation of new segments for categories where bottles used to be the accepted pack formats. These categories include shampoos, shower gel, body care, sun care, and men's care. The key advantages it offers: greater in-use convenience, yes, because in a bottle always you have to unscrew or you have to flip the top. So here you just have to squeeze out the material. So it's considered to be a better user experience, better in-use convenience, virtually no residual product remaining in the pack. So you can squeeze out the last bit, as against a bottle, particularly rigid bottle, where something or the other gets left behind in the pack. And lower environmental footprint. It's considered that the tube manufacturing process has a lower environmental footprint compared to other processes. Next, please. Key market trends that are shaping agenda for the next generation tubes. New dispensing systems for targeted delivery. So you have increasingly new innovative dispensing mechanisms are getting integrated to the tubes for facilitating targeted and controlled delivery. There are closure systems which allow you to dose the output from the tube. And besides offering high precision application, this also offers other advantages that are inherent in the tube format. If you compare point for point, you find that tubes do offer certain advantages in terms of product delivery. And high-end decoration, tactile features, and building anti-counterfeit measures. So as we know that anti-counterfeit is a huge issue. And excuse me, just put it back, please, previous one. 3D metallic doming, embossing, soft touch, finish, luminescent, UV print, etc. are emerging as features for achieving both high-end decoration and anti-counterfeit. This is important because you have this whole menu of choices of how you emboss and decorate your tube, which is post-print decoration, and which allows you to get that kind of differentiation, which is important, especially when you're dealing with a range of the luxury cosmetic products. And that's why tubes are so popular in the choice of high-end luxury products. Next, please. The emerging role of digital printing in tube industry. So as digital print permeates in practically every aspect of our life, and it's, conventional print is threatening everything. So here too, in tube printing, digital print is likely to have a very profound impact in the tube industry. Likely to have, it's already beginning to show. The key advantage the platform offers is direct transfer of print-ready files to printer. There is plug-and-print approach for online approvals. There's no pre-print process. Fine-tuning of design can be directly done in the same process. So you click and you get a result, and you see a few batch of tubes. You don't like it, you change something. The process is a lot faster, more rewarding in terms of seeing the result before getting into final print production. No secondary process is related to plates and cylinders. So usually what happens in conventional print process is that you lose a bit of the print quality while making plates and cylinders. But here you're transferring the image direct from the computer or from the original to the tube. So there's more uniformity, more fidelity. Extremely powerful for shorter runs, facilitating quick market evaluation, fast turnaround time, and creating excitement through possibilities on account of variable printing. Variable printing becomes very critical because now we are talking about whole customer connect and customer experience. From a brand point of view, you're talking about niche customers and how you can satisfy or you can meet their customer experience needs by providing short runs targeted to those particular niches, even to the extent of, producing maybe a few hundred tubes for a customer's special event or something. So those kind of short runs, variable printing with numbers changing, barcodes variation, all these things become possible with digital printing. Digital printing offers great opportunity for brands to build trust through stronger engagement using tools like augmented reality and personalization. Augmented reality has been a phenomena. We all equipped with smartphones, and the magic of augmented reality has been experienced by almost everybody. So how this can be used to engage customers, and how personalization, all this can be possible with the help of digital printing. Integration with downstream operations and achieving the desired speeds are likely to be the key in mainstreaming of the technology platforms. Yes, downstream operations achieving the desired speeds are likely to be the key in mainstreaming of this technology platform. Environmental considerations are becoming extremely important in deciding tube structures as strict regulatory guidelines come into effect across the globe. There is we have seen in practically on every platform now, packaging technologists are being subjected to discussions on sustainability and circular economy. So environmental consideration is becoming a huge thing, and this will affect tube structures. I'm glad to see that RPPPL and others are addressing this issue in a way that can mitigate this response. There is a concerted effort by brand owners to move towards all plastic barrier laminates that are compatible with regular PE stream against currently used ABL structures, as we've already heard in the previous presentations, where we can have monopolymer materials which can go straight into recycling. Many developments are also underway to achieve desired properties in single coax film compared to laminated structure for production of laminated tubes. This further reduces carbon footprints of these structures. Strong environmental claims are becoming a key differentiator for brands to exit. This is an important point, that actually brands are having to declare their intentions to meet the global standards in terms of their commitment to environment needs. So that is in fact driving the whole development of sustainable materials in a reverse way. And that's the good thing that's happening. Next. I think that's so the key takeaways as brands battle for wooing customers with a differentiated product offering, tube landscape has been evolving to create the magical impact through providing a delightful customer experience. That's what I said, that tube is actually, in a way, quite a welcome change compared to other kinds of rigid or more formal packaging, because this offers a differentiated product offering. And the advantages of tube decoration, which you are going to hear in the next session, is adding to that magical impact. The entire tube ecosystem, comprising machine manufacturers to tube converters and printing equipment suppliers, have been working in tandem to meet the demands of the highly evolved consumer. Consumers are evolving. Fashion trends are, tube industry is very closely linked to the fashion industry, and brand consciousness. So all this is affecting the kind of demand that's placed on the tube packaging, and in turn, how the tube ecosystem and how the tube manufacturers, materials, converters, they're also gearing up towards that end. Competing technologies have been narrowing the gap that existed between these technologies to offer a USP that helps them stand out in the crowded marketplace. At the end, it boils down to the value proposition for the target market segment. The USP of a tube is important from a pack differentiation point of view, and it depends on towards which market it's aimed at. If you're looking at a bottom of pyramid market, maybe it's different. Maybe a sachet is better. But when you're looking at a higher end evolved market segment, then a tube could meet that requirement. Environmental considerations would drive a significant change in the industry as brands move to more greener structures. That's actually the takeaway point, that once again that comes to it. So I think that's the Mr. Gagandeep's presentation, and I'm sure there's a lot to see in that. With this, we will move straight into the next presentation, presentation number 2.
Thank you. First of all, your latest presentation to present the Gagandeep presentation. Very nice presentation.
Is there any comments about Mr. Gagandeep's presentation? Yes.
Very nice presentation, and thanks a lot to you, first of all, because you have taken initiative to present this in a very nice manner. Thank you.
Thank you. So, are there any questions about it?
I think if anybody has a question, they can email later on to Mr. Gagandeep.
Yeah, it'll be good if we can send some questions to Gagandeep.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that.
We all pray for Gagandeep for his speed recovery from the COVID.
Yes, thank you. I'll convey that to him. So, shall we move on? Shall we move on to presentation number 2?
Yes.
So, Mr. Hans Thurer, Director Business Innovation at Praxis Global AG, Switzerland. He will be talking about delivering high shelf appeal, tube printing capacity, and ensuring ink safety.
Deepati, I'll interrupt you. That is for Mr. Daniel for Polytype, for printing one. You know, there was some mistake in, I think, on the printing, so glad we should have. So Daniel will speak around the printing and Mr. Hans will speak about the two points.
All right. So I'm sorry about that. Mr. Daniel Kohlenbrenner, Polytype AG. Mr. Daniel is in the field of printing for the last 20 years. He has rich experience of printing of plastic tubes. He has spearheaded the launch of Polytype digital machines for various segments like aluminum cans, cups, and other plastic containers. He is the driving force behind DigiTube, Polytype digital printing machine. His association with global customer base has helped the company in development of many new features in Polytype digital product portfolio. Polytype AG is a subsidiary of Wi-Fi Polytype. Holding a Wi-Fi Polytype is a globally active Swiss mechanical engineering company whose products are used in the plastic and metal packaging industry. It has 60 years. It's a 60-year-old Swiss company with more than 6,000 installations worldwide. So we look forward to hearing from Mr. Daniel about digital printing, which we just spoke in the previous session, and I'm looking forward to hearing about it. Mr. Daniel?
Thanks very much, sir. I think your last slide was a very nice introduction into my subject when you mentioned that the consumer, they look for a magical consumer experience. And I enjoyed very much the session already going on today about laminate, extrusion, we were hearing about a lot of technology subjects that I covered before. I want to speak about something else. In fact, I have not done 20 years in decoration. I have done other jobs in tube laminating and extruding as well. But to introduce this subject to you, I want to start with this very first picture. Even though we have all the technology, we have all the features, we have all the new devices on the new innovations on our products, you go into a grocery store and you will see only white products, which type of product would you buy? Even though we have the best films, we have the best cap, everything. What type of product would you buy? There would be no way for appealing to the end consumer. There would be no way of doing branding of the product. There would be no way of communication, etc. So let me say that decoration of tube, and we are in the extruding tube business, a really very fascinating business, because we have a lot of different technologies. It's very simple, the end product, but there is a lot of technology behind that. And today in this short presentation, I want just to summarize and go over the horizon, show you a little bit of different type of technologies. In general, let me say this, these last 30 years, if you went to a grocery store before, you would have only maybe around 7,000 different products, which is already quite a lot. If today you go into an average grocery store, you have about 50,000 products that you can choose to get. There's a huge variety. How do you attract your customer to these products? This is what I want to speak about. There's a big change. We have convincing a consumer to purchase through the package, a big opportunity that you have. And no matter how high quality your product is, without product decoration, nobody really cares. So today with decoration, when we talk about decoration, we don't talk only about luxury decoration. And of course, extruded tube, that's we have a market, a very big market share in there. These tubes have many features. But with decoration, we don't only want to say that this is a luxury product. We can send all different kinds of messages
you are the end consumers, you can show in these examples that we have a very eco-friendly product. Other examples, we can attract children to this product through decoration. And there are many, many examples. And just one more example, in Switzerland, we have a company that has many big grocery stores. They have one product line. It's like a low-cost product line. It's a kind of an ugly green product. They always use the same, but consumers, when they look for cheap products, they directly go to this green type of product. They have all kinds of products. They buy this because they know this is the cheapest product. So with decoration, we can make a lot of communication about what's really inside the product. I wait a bit on the network slide, right? High shelf appeal through decoration technology. Let me show you the different kind of decoration technologies that are available today. We have on one side, and I will not go into too many details. I know we have a lot of veterans there, they know these kind of things. I know there are a few newcomers also in this market. Let me summarize this. We have offset printing technology. These are printing machines that can have up to 8 or even 9 colors that you can print. You can print even CMYK pictures, very sharp text. There is screen printing technology available using a screen. You can print more thickness on top. Then you have even a kind of a touch on the tube. It was mentioned earlier, digital printing. Digital printing is a big subject, and that's really a session in itself. So I just touch very on that. Digital printing is a market that is growing. We have been working strongly in this market over the last 10 years. I will give an outlook at the end of the presentation about digital printing. And we have flexo printing. Plus, multiple effects that we can put on the tube to make it really attractive. There's metallic effects, hot and cold foil. There's different types of varnish you can do, matte varnish, glossy varnish, and we can do spot varnish. That means if the end consumer takes the product, you get really kind of this kind of a serpent skin touch that we can produce with printing technology and varnish. Also, some special effects I will come to that just later on. And this brings me to really Polytype, what we are doing, what we are. Polytype today, it was mentioned by Miroslav earlier today, and we summarized very quickly also more on the group side, when we do all these different type of printing technologies, and we are experts in that domain. We have on these machines these different type of effects that I showed you, and more in a global way. Let me give a very quick feedback on printing technology history. First printing technology machine was invented, so just to let you know, printing is a very old technology. We talk about flat printing, 1150, many hundred years ago. Then in the 1800s, offset printing was invented. And where Polytype comes in, that is when we start talking about printing to shape. That means we print on a cylinder. We don't print flat sheets, flat films, but we do print to shape. Our first offset printing machine was 1953. So many years, we have so many years in this market, which means we have a very reliable, robust production technology there. Today, we have machines running up to 9 colors at high speed of 100 parts per minute. On the digital side, let me give you also a quick, very quick overview where we come from. The first digital printer invented in 1985 when Canon introduced, maybe some of you remember a Upper Jet printer we bought. Now we can open our pictures and like that. And Polytype came in 10 years ago
when we started our first lead printing digital machine, and very quickly we moved digital printing to printing to shape. Where today we have sold already a number of machines, or close to 20 machines that we have sold to printing. Polytype is part of the VFAC group. We have two different segments of business. One is the metal business, and the other is the plastic business. In the metal field, there are 180 employees making complete production lines for aerosol cans, for aluminum tubes, etc. And Polytype strength is in tube decoration, tube capping. We have, as a Polytype group, we have sold already 1,700 machines, even more than that, worldwide. So we are a very established company. Coming back to printing, there are two types of tubes, as mentioned earlier already. We spoke about laminate tube. Where we come in is when we speak about extruded tubes. And in extruded tubes, there are three ways on making printing. One is with a label. We see a lot of labels in the United States put on extruded tubes. It's a smaller market, I would say. Some tubes are made with IML, remote labeling, and really the majority of all tubes, they have the direct to print technology. And in there, you can use different type of technologies that I touched on. I tried to keep the time limit, so maybe I can also for the different printing process, I will share just this one slide with four major technologies that are available on the market. We have process flexo print. That means we apply ink to a cliché, and the cliché directly prints directly to the tube. Then we do have screen printing. Each technology has its advantages. Also, screen printing, where through a screen we push ink through the screen and apply it to the tube. The advantage of this technology is that we can have very sharp cuts. We can have very nice thickness of ink. So to have a really nice feel of. The next technology is the offset technology, which is the main stream technology of the printing process. It's a very stable printing process, very reliable and very precise, and very good also to make very long production runs. In that case, we don't apply ink to the cliché, which transmits directly to the tube, but we transmit the ink to the cliché on a plain rubber blanket where we have all the different colors. And once we have the complete image of the tube, then we apply it to a rubber blanket on the tube. So this gives very much flexibility, and it's not so sensitive to different variations that we have. It's very robust production. And finally, we do have the dry offset. Dry offset is collecting the colors, and process offset, let me make the difference. The process offset, in fact, one color dry, one color dry, and another color, and with dry offset, we collect all the colors. So that's a complete picture. And digital, of course, digital, which is a complete different technology where we apply the ink directly digitally to the tube. I will show you a picture after about that. And then in general, I will not go into the details about this slide that you see here on the screen, but this is just to pick out a few major advantages maybe of the different technologies. We have, we can do very nice photorealistic prints and offset. We can do very sharp this rotary screen, what you can see here. When it comes to graduated prints, we do suggest highly that you use also offset printing process because that's very good. Of course, with inkjet, you get variations as well, very well. You need really thick covering, for example, for transparent tubes. The right technology to do that is with rotary screen printing or flat screen printing and with digital. Today with digital, I have a sample here. We can also apply very nice. To do that, we do first print a white layer, thick white layer to cover the transparent, and then we print the color on top of it. That gives almost like a silk-screen touch, and the color comes out really very bright. Then we can have different haptic effects, and there are different advantages you change over time and cost effective. When it comes to costs, digital printing is always the question people hear. Digital ink is very expensive, and it's true, it's more expensive than standard ink. I've done several studies with customers of us because there are many cases we do not know exactly what is more expensive. And our suggestion is always to make really a case study with the customer. And then we find out that for example, for closures, digital printing on tables, we have made a study that up to 60,000 parts, digital printing was still less expensive. But in order to do such a study, we need to consider completely all the costs for the screens, we have the PCs, and so forth. Polytype has a wide range of production machines depending on the technology that you want to use, the speed you have in the production line. You can use these machines in the offline mode. You can integrate them also in a complete production line with an extruder printing. Basically, in the past, tubes were created with a sleeve, then the shoulder on top of it, then we did the printing, and then we did the heading. Today, the trend is really towards printing the sleeve and then doing the heading cap. In that case, when you put the cap, like the cap on it, you can print even around the corner because the sleeve is completely printed. Then when you push it in mold to do the compression molding process, you have a full print even under the cup. So that's a trend that you have there. In this range of machines, so we have offset printing machines. Then maybe one machine I want to pick out is the direct machine. You see also a trend more and more on quality preparation on tubes, where even cosmetic, where our customers want to have a machine that can do a cut quality at 6 pixel or offset, because the printing is getting very complex. The requirements are very high. We go really into premium products, and for that we are this multi-process machine. At the very end, on this side, you will see our digital printing machine, printing up to 120 parts per minute in a digital way. Let me say something about digital also. We do see a trend going into digital, but it's not that fast as we thought first. As we are working in different markets, we work for cups, we work for bottle jars, things like that. This technology was really first picked up in the cup business. We have several customers running very efficient digital printing in cups. And the amazing thing is that running such type of machine, today they can offer very, very small series of machines, and they are very profitable. For that, we have our own engineering team and R&D team for digital technology. We developed our own electronic cards, software, and it's a complete contract development, which is about advantage as customer service and to be always on top to upgrade this technology. We have just to give you an example. We have a customer that is working for the event business. He's able today, end users, they can today go on the internet, order 10 cups for a birthday party, upload their picture, their text, send it there, and just with a click or two, this product is nudged to the machine, and the machine is able to produce 10, 20, 50 cups, one after the other. And in this market, he's making much more margin than printing 1,000 or 20,000 cups. So there's a trend in that, but it stays like a business model. We don't talk about very long production lines without smaller production. Let me move forward to the varnish and the different effects. Of course, as mentioned, we have a glossy varnish effect. We can do also matte varnish on our machine. The varnishing unit is integrated directly into our machine. We do the varnish, we take off the tube, we put it on a pin chain, so the varnish can flow correctly, and then it goes to a UV oven. We do have also possibilities, I have an example here, where customer requires matte varnish and only partial glossy varnish, so we can do that as well. And at the very end, we can do spot lacquering. I have an example with that. It's like this serpent skin, or in the picture that you can see here, like a kind of a wood effect, where we can do varnish in only certain areas when we want to create a kind of a relief. So all this is possible with printing technology. We do have hot fire applications, of course, a lot in the cosmetic, where with different oil colors, and even the possibility also to do varnish on top of the foil, as you see on the left, that is kind of very special effect. Let me give you an example of decoration of this type of package that you can see here. Very premium package that was done of one of our customers. Here he was using a foil technology for color printing, the color printing that was printing for the blue and the white color, glossy varnish, and a very special effect, a kind of a carbon fiber effect that you can see here that was done with a spot matte varnish on top of the glossy varnish to make this kind of effect that you see here. So the possibilities are just so huge. Our customer comes always with new challenges, and that's why we do multi-decoration machine as I explained before. I was asked to speak quickly about ink safety. I think I see times I will not spend too much time on that, but maybe just some general comments about ink safety. The food industry today, as of regulations in Europe, I suppose that you have similar regulations over here. Food industry is responsible for safety of products they bring to market and can be held legally responsible to them. And for the packaging is responsible who places it on the market. So we cannot just place anything on the market. We don't care really what is inside. We have to take care of all the regulations and validate the needs. And so forth. Generally, the whole supply chain is really responsible in delivering product that is conform to the regulation. Then migration, it's a big topic. There are multiple migrations that can happen. Migrations through penetration when the ink goes to the substrate, for example. We can have migration by contact. For example, if you print film and if you read again, then you have the printed surface again. It's the inside of the future tube in contact. This has to be handled, and we can have migration also by evaporation in some products, for example, in the business where cups are washed with heat and also some egg there. Let me end this topic with some recommendation. We recommend co-extruded tubes with no barrier properties because a single layer of monotube is insufficient regards to barrier. The ink must be approved for your application. For that, there are specialists on the market with they care for the regulation. They have ink for different applications. And inks for tubes must be over-varnished, which is today done in the market. On top of the ink, there is a final varnish. Let me end this presentation with a quick outlook of what we see today. In the general speaking, in the market, there is still a very strong demand on offset printing machine. Because this technology is very reliable, very precise, and can be very flexible to print all kinds of jobs. We do see a slowly increasing demand on multi-decoration machines. We have placed several of these type of machines in the market, and this creates kind of a need to the market and users that requires more and more this type of machines where one machine putting speed on one manual and do all the process. Digital is coming, yes, it is coming. It is coming slowly, I would say, to be very honest with you. As mentioned earlier, we have 2.8 digital machines. There are some production is going on already digital in the two market. We can see coming some two suppliers. They start promoting it with short return times, etc. It is coming, and that's why we invested a lot also in this technology. And let me end this presentation in thanking you for coming here. Thank you for the invitation. Wish you all the best. Stay healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel, for a very. It was a very wide and informative session on variety of tube decoration. We can invite some questions at this point and then move on to the next. But I can start off since I'm moderating, I can start off by asking you, what is this DigiTube? When we talk of brands which are already been in existence and they want to migrate to a digital platform, how is the color reproducibility between the digital platform and the conventional offset platform? Is it possible to get the similar color reproduction, or will there be some difficulties because of the process involved?
Yes, it's a very good question. We can produce really similar, of course, always in a tolerance. We can produce stable production, long-term runs. But to be very honest, if you need a very perfect Pantone color on a very long run, still you can do that with offset. But digital comes really in when you need additional features. When you come in with picture, with multi type of decoration, you can do a lot of things. What we do suggest also to add quality control systems, so you can control also the quality of the machine.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, I'm sure there'll have to be some latitude given.
Yes.
So is there any other question from the participants? Mr. Bhatia?
You can go to the next speaker.
Shall we move on to the next speaker? We are going exactly on time. Yes. So we'll move on. Thank you very much, Daniel, for the excellent presentation. And I'm sure we might have some questions later, which we'll exchange with you. So now we move on to the presentation 3, which is evolution of tube body and header geometry for more versatile tube formats. And for this, I invite Mr. Hans Sturer, Director of Business Innovation, Paxis Global AG. He has 30 plus experience in packaging industry, especially packaging tubes. Customer service engineer at KMK Maschinen, manufacturer for equipment for the production of laminate tubes. He is manager process engineering at Cop Plastics South Africa. He was manufacturer of plastic packaging like tubes, bottles. He was plant manager at Montebello Packaging, manager process engineering at KMK Maschinen, and sales director at Mall and Hurlen, manufacturer equipment for the production of aerosol cans. He was managing director at Combitol AG, manufacturer of equipment for the production of seamless and laminate tubes, and director business innovation at Paxis Global AG after merger of Combitol with Paxis Global, responsible for new technologies and innovation in the field of plastic packaging. Thank you, Mr. Hans. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Such a long history. Video now.
You have a very long CV, yeah.
Okay, so Paxis Global, we are basically we produce machines based on compression molding, so the tube shoulder is molded by other plastic infused in a mold. The mold is then closed and the shoulder is formed, such as molded directly to the tube shoulder. So most of the presentation assumption based on this process. So other than my colleague Neil will explain the injection over the shoulder, previous in this one is a one set process of the pressing granules Today's standard, industry standard is actually the round tubes are still the most common tubes. We say round tubes, 35 mm, 120 millimeter long. It's the good boys. It's easy to produce. Everybody can make it. It came that along in the 90s that they get rid of secondary packaging. So where in norms you have to apply seal, probably away the screw cap goes on, very simple tube. Most tubes today, because there is no more problems, most tubes today in the market, especially the European market, will use a stand-up cap, so they can stand in the shelf or in papers, other than the zirconia cap. The next step will be actually a trend to that is today my perception is that caps closures are pretty high still. They use a lot amount of plastic. Typical shoulder, you see the cap has a 30-degree angle. This comes from Asian or older technologies and manufacturing processes, mainly even comes out of the pressing business, where if you have a flat surface, the how you need to press the mold is much higher than it today. This, I think it's not longer necessary. We could go flatter shoulders and shoulder back. They would save some amount of plastic. Especially we could go to less shoulder thickness. If we start jeopardizing the tube body's barrier, there's no reason to have a massive shoulder. So you could, to my knowledge, 1 millimeter and plus is safe for most products on the market. We could even go less. Our process allows for adjustable thickness during the process. You go from 0.8 to 1.2. There's no problem. Less the thicker your shoulder is, the more energy you consume, not only in plastic. So you're cooling it down, and the amount of plastic you use is 10% more, right? Even if the goal is correctly, yeah, it's one say 20% of the period at the spot without jeopardizing geography or functionality. The next step will be then to go to extend enclosures. Some companies take the short route and take the school view, just put the distance enclosures on and try to orient it somehow. Right? You go, you want to orient something by in my shower now here in the hotel, we have extensive enclosures on the end. So they open it somewhere else. For the marketing effect of it, very bad. You grab a few out of bandwidth that they are running of the two, which I was told in Japan, is that one of the two panels is on the front. You want to open it very easily. This is the convenience of the dispensing closure. But if you don't want that, then go to a school. The dispensing closure, although, is a good thing because if you have the other hand occupied with a toothbrush or you try to keep your baby still on the table while you apply cream, it's good to have only one to apply juice. But dispensing closures so we push oriented, push the drawback of that, and obviously how do I temporarily then distribute because there's no more of a cover. So people come up with this sleep solution where you have machines to protect the first opening without, actually divided. There is more here. There's no risk of having this open and interface. So the solution is there. We still could go in a different shape or smaller. That's what the trends are today. Those machines know how to require 2 and for organization, which is a solution we have made for our cosmetic line. It's not all the machines that do that. So if you do have only the top level of suppliers probably the global play now. I don't mind. But basically the application is simple. You pick up the cab, you rotate it, laser sensor will scan the laser on the cab. You measure that the difference between the program meter and the thumb rule and know where the center is. So we can apply it directly to the line in the front panel. We can do that with brand or differently shaped. All the tube design change is obviously there are things to do for a market like the state ball tube design. This is very complicated to make. Not everybody can make. It's a very expensive tooling. It's very low efficient to make also. We can offer that, but basically it's usually seasonal products, especially here in India. And a lot of headaches, but if you can do that, to all everybody. There are other options where you have like pharmaceutical tubes that are smaller scale, where you can see this ratchet in the closure, which we pull off and open. Also different lengths. So these are possibilities to have in compression molding system where you are actually 2 or 4 molds you have, or cavities you have ready, rather than 12 or 24 in injection. So it's much more versatile. It's costly to go, it's complicated. We have institute designs, like the picture shown here, where the two neck has been adapted to go for that picture only find on bubble. Now this time goes directly to resting. It's not a school feature, it goes directly. So it's a free these type of things you can do. You'll have, however, the cooling is not so expensive, so it's not much cheaper than also or kind of buy against against the bottling. However, the market constitutes still more attractive. You have the same products at the same price. People will probably prefer basically take to. That's why we also have larger bags where you can percent less more economic and finally for or for the cheaper. We have back designs made available on our machines where we actually take the bottle cap, which very long press on it, very long shape, we can adapt the shoulders of the tube to take the very same match. So that for product plants which have products in bottles and bottles on shampoo, conditioner, but they want to use the same cap. So you can adapt the shoulder to fit the same cap. It's absolutely legal. Makes your customer happy because it doesn't have to capsule there. And eventually he invests in a tube and it's rid of the bottle. Sustainable. Then it comes to the fancy shade. Why would you buy one to make the round tube if you can make an oval one? Once the advantage of a round tube, basically it gives you a bigger from the shot versus same size round tube. You get more display area. So you do to the consumer looks bigger, looks more elegant because it doesn't pay out as much as a round tube. It's more straight. The only characteristics it looks more full. So basically, your customer will have an elegant tube, very ergonomically in the hand, looks elegant, looks expensive. As we hear from my colleague Daniel here, the looks they specify. Other advantages that you have in big warehouses like Walmart, for instance, in the United States, they have sanitary that you have in the hall, the shed. So that in the 52 would typically come in a pack of 6, 3D, 2-1. And they want you look for those 6 cube plus then 3 in 2 wide, 5, and not go over the edge of the shelf. On the line with the 52 on their shelf, it's not possible. if you put the same volume in oval tube, yes, you can get more product on the station. I've done on regular intervals through stores and shops and check on what they sell and how they sell it. And basically, you will always find different shape tubes, especially oval tube. You may find the high level shelves and their round counterparts to the other one. So it's more attractive to buy. People find it more appealing, more elegant, especially if it comes to the ladies who all the trophies mainly nowadays. So that's what it is. All to no, but not everybody can do it. You need a well-engineered machine to have all kind of problems in the right themselves, make it cheap and quick. But Access Global, only do we have machines which are well designed, always use the same efficiency. There is no reason why not. You could go also leave old shape like the customer. I mean, and he has a product which is the same product, but this is marketed to the ladies on open trade. And then they said they do something for men cosmetics and the rectangular. Rectangular is more aggressive, it's more sporty, it's more so this is actually possible. Rectangular shapes or forms of rectangular is a very fancy cube out of China. Basically, it has almost rectangular design, which can be done on our basis very easily. Of this kind and also on oval tubes, you can go to flat, which is eating the oval shape more or less, or generation. This tube has had a lot of success on smaller volumes, because you actually can mail this in an envelope. If you order your products very online like Amazon, this will not come in a cardboard box, it will come in a general. Because it's within the regulations, they deliver and ship envelopes rather than box. This is how we do the rectangular tubes on the picture there. Those who know our machines will see that it's a very full model. Rectangular things. More than but it's not really new on the market. But not everybody has that the ambition and the will to go to that extent. That this diversification to be completed. Doing more and more common. What is the pros and cons? And there are, when I said everybody, the pros are obviously on shape you. It's a high diversification of yourself. Never see the product more out there than the competitor. You see that very typically these are two products which are moving on the market. And these guys decided these guys follow the economics. After that, it's the same design of the just campus. So it's a trend to, if you want to be on the top shelf, you have to follow them. And this is definitely the case. You'll have a large display as mentioned in the front. You'll have smaller folding angles on the seal, because you basically always hand seal, you don't hand seal the full diameter, you hand seal the smaller one. You have less risk of conflicts because not everybody can very easily. The high investment optimize Google Cubes today on your current team. Probably we speaking like very but oversized tooling is all double the cost of the brand. Even more. Even more. Even more. At least double the cost of the brand. Nevertheless, those who use Oval Cube here, they can confirm that the price per thousand on Oval Cube much better. The points, negative points is actually yes, you have a higher cost. You have, depending on the design, the investment from who design up. That design, yes, that's why I usually say to our dear customers going into Oval Cubes, let's design the cube, then we design the pen, all the different pen. This is the circle. Make it. Other than that, you run into parallel problems that the cap will be there, there is some tolerance, it's a drainage of the mold. Then your tube will not fit because the tube is exactly wrong. And you have to redo that correctly. Better do one step at a time. Start with the design of the tube, let the cap over, make the cap, make the product, and on the final product, we can design. It's a lengthy process, longer than it makes it worthwhile, especially all caps are not freely available on the market. Most of them are designed from suppliers. For instance, these caps here, you only have bonds with lever. These by the closure, you only have one. Cannot buy them. So you will have to make your own oval if you want to go other program that the fitting is more difficult. We are fully automated. Fully automation will be from body making. If it's an extrusion tube that has a safe it can very difficult on the label. It has whether it's direct decoration on label it's machinery because otherwise we lose the high-end with the heading process, capping process, and finally carbon packing process, this is all available on high-end machine. So here, although I don't use some guys or not here, but it's on the plus maybe nowadays I do 30 could be having equipment able to go to. So the low entrance, they are eliminated ones. Everybody would choose complex shapes. Having said that, I would like to thank you for your attention. I touched on some. Thank you. Please go ahead. We also have some practical more. Concentrate on different.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I'm sorry that I think I might have missed a little bit because of the audio problems I was having. but I was happy to see so many new developments. I was happy to see the rectangular special shaped tube, and I was wondering whether that has found commercial application, or is it just
No, all the tubes here on my table are commercial.
I see.
But the volume is still very small.
I see.
Maybe
So, you did mention in your presentation that you're moving towards flat shoulders flat shoulders and smaller, shorter necks. So, is that considered an advantage as against a conical shoulder, which would actually, from a user point of view, you'll be able to expel the product better, whereas in a flat shoulder, you'd probably leave something behind in the tube at the end. How is it considered geometrically better?
Geometrically better would be a soft shoulder, whatever shape you put it in. Flat or conical doesn't really change a lot there. By law, here in India, by law in Europe, whatever you write onto the tube is the content has to come out with a normal effort. So if you have a tube design which 10% space, so for the consumer, it doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, aesthetically, probably it's.
But the flat tube shoulder is something which has to come in terms of less material, right? Unless we go the different route, we go with fully recyclability, but then we should have better products like a push-on closure or a screw with a tethering where the cap does not leave the product. And ideally for recycling purpose that the cap is out of the material. Although today's modern recycling plants with near infrared sensors, they can select the high density always going to the grind, shoot out all the other liquid stream. So theoretically, it will go through once together.
Thank you.
Money point of the things. You can make a smaller shoulder, same material.
Yeah. I wonder if there are any questions in the chat box.
Yeah, I was asking that relative to the complexion, how long nozzle you can make?
Maximum nozzle on our prestige lines, the maximum length ever been was 26. But it's a very, very, very special design. Obviously, then you don't get into the same performance run with like a regular that requires triple loads things like that. So it's very geometrically on a regular run, we normally say we go to 20, which is good for any nasal tip application, or even what you can buy in the home stores, stores on the smaller chalky tubes. They're also 25, 30, that should still work on compression.
Yeah, do you have some question in the chat box?
No, there's nothing in the chat box, but I can take the advantage of asking one more question, which is about tube length. You talked about use of material. Say, if I have to fill 100 ml rigid bottle, I can almost fill up to the brim full. Whereas in a tube, there's always that 15, 20 mm which has to be left towards the tail end. So when you talk about use of material towards product, then is there anything possible to reduce the fin length or the tube length to match the fill volume?
The fill length gets also get reduced a little bit by the use of tubes. Now, the users of that do not do that because they don't want their old tube to look smaller than it's not. Because that's also you buy or consumers buy product with that ice first. So if you want to push out a tube with a big tube at the same price, the same product, you take the big one.
Yeah, depends on the viscosity, I guess.
But basically, even having the center hole, which is due to the closing and the rising of the product at the finishing stage, you still are heavily lower in material consumption than in a bottle with this same, in a PE bottle, I must say, with the same color. Obviously, a PET bottle will match, but normal shampoo bottle you buy today is heavier in plastic than the same content, including the cap. Even if you fill it to the top or not.
Thank you. Sorry, there's a bit of audio problem. I can't get it fully, but thank you for that answer. So should we move on to the next section?
Yes, we call Mr. Venkatesh. Yes, please.
Thank you. And now we want to invite Mr. Venkatesh Rajgopalan from UFlex.
Will be 1 second. There's one question from a young gentleman. 1 second.
There's always, like also in bottles, there's always some product range, right? The inner layer of tips and plastic products today, they are made of materials, of sealable materials, which normally don't tend to adhere to the product. It depends on what type of product you have. If you go for toothpaste, for instance, you will never find a complete empty tube. Just as sweet. The only way to fully empty a toothpaste tube today, be it aluminum, ABL, PBL, it will be to cut it open and really wash it up. On shampoos also, you will be able to get all the material out of the tube. That's out of the bottle. Because shampoo has a pH base which is much slower. It will adhere to the crop. Okay, you can start.
All right. Thank you. Now we will invite Mr. Venkatesh Rajgopalan. He is the business head, Tube Division, and he's going to tell us about a completely new technology of tube manufacturing called Flexi Tubes. And as introduction from about Mr. Venkatesh, he's an accomplished sales and marketing professional with over 26 years comprehensive experience in business development, international business and account management, product marketing, and market research. He's lived and worked in 3 of the world's most competitive markets, India, USA, and China, thus gaining valuable insights into market dynamics and importance of culture in people, behavior, and tolerance. He has diverse experience of various markets, which, as a resultant of which, business travel to over 50 countries in different geographies. And he's a keen strategist with expertise in business development. So, Mr. Venkatesh, please tell us about Flexi Tubes.
Thanks, Mr. Manchanda. Very good evening to the audience out here. First and foremost, I thank the Chamber of Commerce here and allowing us to showcase the different technology of tubes that we produce. And Balaji, thank you very much for having you. Quickly jumping into the presentation, which I believe is the last of the day. So I want to think and want to be the best for the last. So Thank you very much again. Right, so we talk about Flexi Tubes from the house of Uflex. That's a company that I work for. Uflex, as maybe everybody would be aware, if not the largest, it's probably amongst the top three in India in terms of plastic packaging. We are $1.3, $1.4 billion enterprise spread across different geographies. It was founded by first generation businessman, technocrat, Mr. Ashok Chaturvedi way back in 1985, and it's listed in the stock exchange. And one of the things that he believes and what we try to do is the government of India's flagship scheme says Make in India and send it across the world. These are the places that we are around the world. We are obviously in India, in a few locations. We are in Poland. We are in Egypt. We are in UAE. We are in Nigeria. We are in Mexico. We are in the USA. And growing. Best part is we're going to come up with plans in Hungary as well. Russia plant is just on stream. So we're growing. See the numbers that we make in terms of flexible packaging. Let's say flexible packaging, these are the same things that you use for probably packaging most common thing, foods, snack foods. So during the COVID times, I'm sure many of us would have been shut up at our home, work from home mode. So our snacking needs were much higher than normal. So all those packaging, which the food is packed in, snacking, snack food. So those are all the packaging that we call flexible packaging. We do approximately that's 350,000 tons per annum. That's the kind of capacity that we have. And in India, we do approximately 110,000 tons of these. Having said that, we also export to more than 140 countries the flexible packaging we make. Okay, coming to why we are all assembled here, talk about tubes, our innovation, Flexi Tubes. Why do we want to call it Flexi Tubes? Before me, some of my friends out here spoke about wood sugar tube. Some of our friends spoke about laminate tubes. When we talk about Flexi Tubes, we talk about a hybrid solution. We bring in the best of laminated tubes, which is a barrier, and we integrate that with plastic tubes, which brings in the best of decoration. So when we bring these two together and present the product, that is a product that we say is a Flexi Tube, and this is able to distinguish itself in the retail shelf by standing out in terms of its decorative features and being at par in terms of barrier with any of the other tubes. So Flexi Tubes, if you look at the decoration of these tubes, I would like to go back to the first slide of Daniel. So Daniel did put a very fantastic slide, which I'm going to copy very soon. The first slide that Daniel put across was a retail shelf with just white package, different form packaging, so the bottle, tubes, various things. Like that. When we talk about laminated tubes, when we talk about coaxial tubes, and we go into the retail shelf today, about 80 to 90% of the tubes still we find in the Indian retail shelf, all for the countries globally, are with white background. Why? Why do we need to still be having a tube with white background? Because it has traditionally come down across the years because of limitations of technology in the past. In the past, there was no cubic technology, which could probably give 360 degrees melting. And there was no printing technology, which could probably give you fantastic print as what we are able to do. Having said that, the printing technology that we follow is absolutely different. Nobody else in the world makes tubes the way we make tubes. We reverse print the tube using photogravure technology. So what that gives us, we are able to give you more dots per page and are able to give you absolute, I would say, marvelous picture quality. So give us a product or give us all the couple designs and we'll be able to give a result which is much better than most of the things at the right cost. So that's where photogravure printing comes in. And if you look at some of the samples that are projected here, they're all color tubes, no white background. So that's what we call flex tubes. Okay. Flexitubes, how do we market our flexitubes? We basically talk about flexitubes having three major advantages, and we call that as the ABC of flexitubes. When we talk about ABC, A stands for aesthetics, B for the barrier properties, and C for counterfeit of anti-counterfeit features. So in terms of aesthetics, we say we will be able to give you a 360-degree print. So no white. If the product needs blue, I give you blue. If the product needs violet, I give you violet. You can distinguish what will make your product sell in the market. You decide. Unlike the manufacturers from the world coming and trusting the white tube on it, then because this is what we can offer you. If you want to buy maybe a pink color tube, I would need a 2 million job order. Come to us. We could give you anything. Minimum ordering quantities would be as low as 100,000. We could give you a pink tube. If that makes you help sell your brand more, so that's fantastic. We could give you printing at the set 360 right from the shoulder to the print of the tube. Having graphics. My dear friend Daniel did speak about saying that we do fantastic graphics in digital printing. We could give you the same resolution with photographic printing. Beautiful lady face. Digital printing, yes, he did mention that it's going to be expensive. Yeah, thank you. We could give you the same thing at maybe good price, good cost. That's where we come up. Digital printing obviously has its own advantages when it talks about small print runs. When you talk about long print runs, maybe a few hundred thousands, nothing could be more cost effective than what we raise. We could give you a metallic effect tube in terms of decoration. You don't need to go and do hot wall stamping. You don't need to go and do cold wall stamping. We will be able to provide you all of these features by introducing a layer within our laminate structure, which if left unprint, will give you a metallic feel. So when I do reverse printing, I could probably have a second layer that's probably a metallized polyester. It could be a metallized UV, it could be a metallized poly. The place where I want to give you a poly kind of effect, I will leave that place unprinted and give you the poly effect in terms of decoration. That will give you a poly effect at a fraction of the cost. We could, again, coming back when I spoke about white tubes, why are there no back finished tubes in the market? Hardly you see back finished tubes. Unclose. We could give you a back finished tubes because we could probably give you a matte polyester, or we could give you a matte POP on the top layer and it was printed. So all these features are possible when I talk about aesthetics of flex tubes. We in the sales and marketing team, issues here, we basically tell our customers, dream your dream, imagine what you want, and allow us to deliver that to you. The idea to make your dream come true. We could make your brand successful the way you envisage it and at the right price. Talking about barrier, we could provide you all the barrier that's available in your laminate tubes. It could probably be aluminum foil barrier, it could probably be a leaders barrier, a nylon barrier, Cyox-coated polyester barrier, a combination of all of them out there. So there's no compromise on the barrier that we did make our tubes. Finally, the most important thing, the anti-counterfeit features that you're able to provide to you for safeguarding your brand. As a brand manager, you'll be spending thousands and thousands of lakhs of rupees to advertise, to gain market acceptance. If a counterfeiter down the street is able to do the same thing, going to somebody else, copying your brand, all the money that you're putting down in your advertising is basically, he's pocketing it. So when we talk about anti-counterfeiting, we can give you different kinds of solutions. We are probably the only company in the world who do holographic tubes, which in itself is an anti-counterfeit measure. We could give you patterns and patterns of holography. It could be as simple as probably having the name of a company on the side seam of the tube, which would probably say, let's say Unilever or on the palm onwards. Just on the side strip, like the red color tube shows that it's a white silver line. So on there, we have name of company. It could be. We could probably give you a custom holography with your company logo somewhere in the tube. These are all something extremely difficult for a counterfeiter to even imagine and reproduce and do it. Because for him, the cost to make all of this thing is going to be much higher, and the money probably is going to make around maybe 50,000 tubes and it's going to counterfeit. So nobody's going to come back to say that I want to counterfeit a holographic tube. It could probably give you a lens holography. A lens holography is something like it's something like the simplest thing to explain. A lens is something that you put on your eye. It's kind of a concave kind of thing. If you put it on a particular area of the tube, it gives you a mirror kind of an effect. That could be something you could be introducing behind the logo of your company to give a thrust or give a little bit of more, say, emphasis on the logo of your company. And as I said, we could give you patterns and patterns of different holography just to suit you. We could start from a very scratch, very simple side strip in terms of holographic pattern to multiple levels of security. Tube options as well. Yes, metallic finish, very simple for us. It comes metallic finish basically comes on the second layer. And I will put on my laminate. Tubes with holographic effects, it could be different kind of. It could be a rainbow. We have probably an album of 40 different patterns of holography which is available for all of us to choose from. We could give you an extra glossy tube by way of having a polyester on the top, which is by itself a very shiny metal, shiny material. Matte finish is something that I show. Metallized matte. Now this is very different. This is a hybrid solution again within a hybrid product. We talk about a matte tube. I could give you a metallized effect within a matte tube. This is also something out of the world, not possible in any conventional tube or any decoration format at the moment. We could give you a demetallized window tube. What is a demetallized window tube? It's basically it's a fully opaque tube, but you want your consumer to probably see maybe in a particular portion of the tube. You want your consumer to see the color of the product. So it could probably be a 2-inch by 2-inch kind of a window within your entire tube, which is opaque. We'll be able to give you that. We call that as demetallization of your tube. So that 2-inch by 2-inch is a place where we demetallize it because the backside portion of the product is metallized. So I'll just demetallize that portion and give you a window wherein your consumer will be able to see the product. We call it demetallized. Ultra tube is as plain as simple as what it says, extremely high clarity polyethylene or some future. We talk about UV enclosures as a protection layer into our tube. Sunscreen as a product is typically, if you look at it, is always on a opaque tube. It's because if you want to say a sunscreen is a product that typically a person wants to carry with him to go to a picnic, go to a beach, or somewhere in the sun. But this product is never sunscreen because with the sun rays hitting a tube in your hand or in your bag, it will probably decolor your product. With the UV additives that we add in our tubes, it's stopping the sun rays from coming protect your product and thus saving your product. So we call that as UV additives in your tubes. And we talked about tubes with built-in anti-counterfeit features. We also provide high barriers tubes for all legacy products. So this is one of the anti-counterfeit solutions we have. The first one was a very simple holographic tube, as I mentioned, in a copy of the patterns of the second one is it's a holographic tube with a side seam security. So now it's only on the side seam if you look at it. So in between the two orange, there's white circle. And on the white circle, it's some company name written there. It could be your company's name. So that we call as holographic tube with the side seam technology, side security. And then we talk about the third kind of tube, it's a customized holographic tube, which is something, a next level of protection for every counterfeit, which will have your company logo itself printed on the second layer. So it's like more branding space for your product. And finally, the last one, we talk about the lens. That's the lens technology. I spoke about the concave effect, and you could place the lens. If I enlarge that particular last tube out there, so you have the athlete out there have 4 red spots on his body. So those red spots are the place where you actually put the lens to make that part come out and stand out for him to see. These are the places of pain area for the athlete, where if this particular cream is applied, it would give you the right result. So that's the kind of focus you could bring into your brand. Going forward in terms of other product range, we have near names for all of these things, what we call, and that's how we distinguish the names with our customers and our partners. So we talk about Metallica. So the Metallica is basically a metallic holographic tube, 40 to 50 different patterns that we have. We talk about Matte Metallica, it's a hybrid thing. Chemistry with metallic effects. And finally, we talk about Optica. Now, this is a very, very specialized technology. Now, I'm sure many of us, or at least few of us, will have seen a product in the market. It's a mineral water. Basically, on the front of the mineral water is no print, but there's nothing printed in there. But on the inside wall, the backside of the tube, you have something printed. And that stands out through the water on the front panel. Now, when we talk about Optica, we're talking about printing on the inside of the tube. When a product is filled on the tube with the inside printing, you're able to have such a large brand appeal. It's not a commercial tube. It's a product that we already put in the shelves for people to come and pick up and say, I need to work with it. It's an expensive solution, so we're still looking for a lead brand to come and talk to us about it. But the hot topic these days is about environmental friendly products. We call this solutions that we can come from the next smaller diagnosis. We have these 3 solutions to offer. We call it as an Ultica, a Practica, and a Relica. Ultica is basically biodegradable tube. It has a paper-based tubes, and Relica is a recyclable tubes. When I talk about Practica as a paper-based tube, now what we do is here we absolutely reduce the plastic content to the extent of 40%. So if we have such a thickness of tube of 300 microns for the normal condenser tubes, we could reduce that to up to 180 microns. So we're already reducing the plastic content. Now, this solution, we could provide you with both APL and APL option. So APL option, it could be for pharmaceuticals, it could be for oral care, and whatever different products that would fill in that. APL options, it could be for your face washes, creams, and all this. It again comes with the same reverse printing technology that we do, so up to 8-9 color of printing. We have brown color of paper standardized because that's how we optimize the supply chain for the time being. If going forward, we could have white paper or any different color of paper as long as it meets the commercial needs within the buyer and the seller. All the standard diameters that we have in the current portfolio will be able to make the paper-based tubes. We use virgin craft paper with a very low core value and a very high bursting force. This is something, a challenge for everybody in the paper industry. We have identified source which are able to provide us this kind of properties on product. And finally, all the features, all the testing parameters that a tube goes through, our paper tubes have passed those products. Also, please inform that some of our leading brand in India has just qualified us to supply them with plastic with paper tubes. We would soon have a commercial product in paper tube hitting the production, I would say, sometime in the year or two. Relica is a recyclable tube. Now, when we talk about recyclable tubes, we're talking about a tube which is 100% made from the same family of plastic. It's a multi-layer structure. It comes with high clarity and gloss because we use ultra clear film. We reverse print the film, and we could introduce metallic defects like our normal plexi tubes to give you the decoration that we need. Going forward, we can also reduce, not only in this, also in the paper tube, we can also reduce the shoulder part, the shoulder weight and the cap weight by getting some innovative tooling from our supply partners. So you can also see for demonstration purpose, we already reduced the height of the tubes out there. So this will further reduce the plastic content in your product. Lastly, Ertiga. When we talk about Ertiga, we're talking about biodegradable tubes. So these are the tubes which degrades itself in landfills across China. We have the necessary approvals. We have commercialized products, not necessarily in tubes, but within flexible packaging that we already supply to leading brands in India, which are already commercialized for the last 6 to 8 months. So we have a solution for brand owners to come and talk to us and say, we need something of this kind, and we'll be able to provide a solution with the biodegradable tube. Again, comes with all the necessary barrier layers. It could be an EPO edge, comes with loss printing. So that's the solution that we have in terms of biodegradable tubes. Two parameters, the standard diameter of tubes that we have, very typical for the industry, starting from 19 diameter all the way up to 50, but 60 is something very interesting. Francis put some ideas into my brain, so that's something that I could explore with you. Cap decoration, we have some fantastic supply chain partners with whom we have either for providing you some great caps, decoration, a fantastic tube with high decoration needs some fantastic closures with great decoration. So we have identified some solutions across, and we have a partner who will be able to give you all this kind of different caps on flip flops as well as standard caps. Great, thank you so much. Thanks for the attention. A short presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Venkatesh. Very exciting range and very versatile decoration. I'm sure there must be some comments from the audience. Could you tell us something about the thicknesses? Do they match the conventional tubes, or do they perforce have to be thinner because of the process?
Well, obviously, no manufacturer or corporation can be supposed to handle the standardizing. So we have some standardized structures which is equivalent to what the industry provides. But at the same time, you could also give what the industry needs. Typically, since we come from a flexible packaging background,
right,
our typical the top layer that we think is a PP, and some of the tokens didn't mention here, but PP as a product is so rich. So if for example, somebody comes to me and says that I need a 250-12 equivalent laminate from the conventional industry, I would rather tell him, yes, I could give you something in terms of the same feel. Why don't you try with 220-12? Because I can give you the same feel in terms of rigidity and the bounce back. So that's where we come from. But if he insists on saying that I need a 250-12, no worries, I could give you that.
And I take it that the shoulder color can be matched to the print.
Anything that the industry does, we do one thing better.
Sure. Industry doesn't match the shoulder colors. I mean, that doesn't match the print color. The shoulders are perforce white.
So,
I take it.
If you want to probably have a shoulder color on a socket cap, it's like asking for something that you don't actually even look at it. So we try to persuade the customer saying that why we want to do that. Because that gives us all the more stress in our manufacturing of probably purging our production runs. I would rather say go with the transparent color. But if it's going to be standard cap with a colored body, and somebody needs a colored tube or colored shoulder to match the colored body, so this makes sense. Why don't we do it? So
it's possible. Thank you. That was very informative. And
I'm not sure technology content is allowed to recyclable.
Thanks. Metal content in a recyclable tube is a decoration effect. If the customer doesn't need our decoration effect, I could give him a regular tube without the metallization.
in backgrounds if you want research. Typically, our also the thickness of metallization that we do, it's like hardly into 2 microns. It's hardly into 2 microns. That's the less than 2 microns. So it will still qualify to be having more than 95% recycled. Good question. I would say expensive.
I remember when I was the guidance as the product, the world will expect recycled products cheaper.
Well, if you answer the same question 5 years down the line, and then again of buyers for that recyclable product, I could probably offer it cheap. But today, when there is nobody, I need to make special batch runs, and I will get cost for you.
May I ask you, what type of plastic you use?
Sorry, I didn't get a question.
What type of plastic?
Replica. Inside the cell, it's the same kind of plastic. We introduce some special enzymes which make the product biodegradable.
Also ask question like, there is each product, there is the standard requirement that they have information on the product. Like, it is always very challenging that kind of all. Then it is very challenging to pick out and read it out in the fine language. So what is the solution for that? Is there anything like a QR code or some other barcode so that can you read it?
See, for years now, so many years, manufacturing date is something that is always put on the crib of the tube. So you can actually see, we're using nice machines for NC. You could see the manufacturing batch date as well as the date of manufacturing. So it's already there.
Yeah, it will be a protected order that is equal to it. The product is small, so it will be equal to keep it out.
You're right.
So maybe with the technology, it is possible to get size like scan the
not in the current solutions as you know. Now we talk about customizing a chip. So when you talk about customizing a chip, you're talking about credit. You can't be with this credit. And then you can do a customized chip. This is more depending on what the brand or just going at what the brand or the model. They also want the solutions like the solution is there. There's misconception because the solution is to probably give you a different brand of every next step. So there is a solution. The brand can absorb that cost. It's something that you need to find out.
Right. So I think with this, we wrap up the session of plastic tube knowledge. And I think we've had a very refreshing and very informative time on all the different aspects of tube decoration, tube geometry, and finally the flexi tube. Thank you to all the panelists for their time and information sharing. With this, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Arvind Naran, the next on. So he will wind up the session.
Yeah, please come here, and I request you to please, he is the secretary to council, so I request you to please come here at the dais and come up as one of them.
Today we look at the on behalf of KPC, offered by Cynthia and who was not on with the PSP team that way. It is supposed to be. You have to come in initiative. I believe it was a very successful and conducted. I'm also trying to follow the candidate packaging response, which will be the future will be dealing. We have been fortunate to have eminent speakers from industry covering a large gamut of topics. I'm sure participants must have benefited by attending the talk. I would like to inform was put in info Sona and Daniel on being there physically and braving the elements to be here in person to edify us on the advancement in our industry. I must thank Ministry of MSME, IIT, OPP, IPMMI, and LCPNA for their support to this event. I sincerely thank Mr. Sahil Patia for his inaugural speech and recognizing the importance of packaging industry and the global industry. I'm thankful to Dr. Tanveer Alam for being part of this conference and congratulated for signing once again the January and the Parliament. Must take this opportunity to thank Mr. Amit Ray, Mr. Sanjay Bhatia for sharing their rich experience and for their inspiring. And it must not be denied that it is over to Mr. Balaji, Mr. Amsaru, Mr. Sumo, Mr. Ansupalan, and Mr. Deepak for covering different perspectives on global industry and sharing their experiences, insights, and the new innovations. Whatever we have covered about major trends in global industry development and evaluation of new body, new geometries, new decorations, and new people. I'm sure under the able leadership of Mr. Bhatia and Mr. Mandala, keep on going stronger. Having more such initiatives in the future. This is just a beginning, and we are on the way to an exciting journey to get settled with us. As I have been given to understand, we have more than 700 virtual attendees also. Had it not been the corona time, I'm sure it would have been a phenomenal success. But nevertheless, it's just a beginning. Good times will come. We look forward to your support. Thank you.
As a doctor of our education, request Mr. Bhatia to please present his point.
So, intent, we should have a chief chairs in the two industry. Outside as a team, so everybody should have a team. And tomorrow, I'll just add up. Tomorrow, we will have a very interesting section where we will use the FFS, the machine, which is you can make the tube, print the tube, and deliver it. So this is a very new technology, or FFS technology is there, and everybody should start to attend for one. Thank you. Without mask.
What is this? It says duty free. Here are only duty so fantastically, as we were talking about, yes, he's been able to create so many collaboration customers as well as small bugs. I don't know standardized big visual standards that you can want to do. Regulations, and this is where the industry quick works. If I give you it does. In these stories, it's a beginning this kind of basically watching, sitting and watching us from the road, it's amazing. That's the show. And I'm proposed by the more and more organizations. Yes. I don't like that. The next police statement is a station. It's a video. We do raise statement. I'm glad to
Yes, sir.